like you're in court.
Please open the commission. Yes, Ms Hutchins.
Morning, Commissioners. This morning we're going to hear firstly from 3 witnesses from New Direction Balmere. The first 2 witnesses are Miss Elsie Scott, who will be appearing today via video link in a panel with Miss Lisa Jones. And then following their evidence, we will hear from Miss Natasha Chadwick, who's the founder and CEO of New Direction Balmere. So I call the first witness, Miss Elsie Marianne Scott.
Yes. Miss Scott? Yes. Oh, no, sorry, Miss Scott, can I just put your hand on the Bible? And Miss Scott, repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give.
that the evidence I shall give
Will be the truth.
will be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
I also call Mrs. Lisa Jones.
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Now, Miss Scott, could you please say for the record your full name?
Elsie Marion Scott.
And you've prepared a statement for the Commission?
Yes, I have.
Do you have a copy of that statement before you today?
Yes.
Do you wish to make any corrections or amendments to your statement?
No.
Are the statements of, are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Absolutely.
I tender that statement of Miss Elsie Scott dated 5 July 2019.
Yes, the witness statement of Elsie Marion Scott dated the 5th of July 2019 will be Exhibit 6-51.
Thank you. And apologies, Commissioners, for the transcript. I note that that statement is wit.0266.0001.001. And Miss Lisa Jones, you have also prepared a statement for the Commission.
Yes.
Could you please state your full name for the transcript?
Lisa Jane Jones.
And the document reference number is wit.0275.0001.001. Do you have a copy of your statement before you?
I do.
Dated 2 July 2019?
Yes,
Have you had the opportunity to read over your statement before giving evidence today?
I have.
And do you wish to make any changes?
No.
Are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. I tender that statement.
Yes, the witness statement of Lisa Jane Jones dated 2 July 2019 will be Exhibit 6-52.
Miss Scott, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. And so you're a resident at an aged care facility called New Direction Balmere?
Yes, I am.
And is that where you are today?
Yes, it is.
And how old are you, Miss Scott?
89.
And you've been in residential aged care for the last 26 years, is that correct?
That's right.
And where did you live prior to Balmere?
I lived in Palmwoods Garden Village, Palmwoods, Queensland.
And was that a retirement village?
Beg your pardon?
Was that a retirement village?
Yes, it was.
And when was it that you moved to Balmere?
On the 4th of January 2018.
And why was it that you moved from your retirement village to where you are now?
Because I was needing more care than I was able to get, and I chose not to go into the residential care at Palmwoods.
Why was it that you chose not to go into that residential care?
because I consider that New Direction Care is light years ahead of it.
And in your witness statement, you note that you investigated a number of aged care facilities when you were making the decision about where to go. What were the types
Yes,
of things you were looking for?
I was looking for something that was one-on-one and really caring, not en masse, but personally.
Mm-hmm. What were some of the features of the other facilities that you looked at, without naming any names of those facilities, but what were some of the features of the facilities that you saw that you did not like the look of?
A number of the facilities were like you had a hall and all the rooms were just off the hall and often with a shared bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Jones, you are a carer at Belmere?
I'm the house companion leader.
A house companion leader. And
I was a carer.
you were previously a carer.
Yeah.
And so do you see the role of a house companion leader being different to that of a carer?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. And why is that?
I organise all the other house companions to go to certain houses to support our residents.
Yes. And you've been employed as a house companion leader since May 2018?
No, I was a house companion since May 2018.
Oh, sorry, yes.
I've been the house companion leader since January this year.
January this year. And prior to becoming a house companion in May 2018, where did you work previously?
At a traditional aged care facility.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what qualifications do you hold?
Just a Cert 3 in aged care.
And what was your experience like working in the more traditional aged care facilities you were at previously?
Well, I've worked in there for many years and it took a toll on me as a person because it was really sad and quite morbid to go there, and I felt that a lot of staff were there just for a wage. They didn't actually care.
Mm.
And
And when you were in that previous role, were you encouraged to interact and get to know the residents?
no,
And why was that?
not enough time.
Not enough time. As in not enough time to also fulfil the other duties?
Yeah, because the staffing was quite tight and the timing, all the duties that we had to do and the time that was allocated, there wasn't time and we were discouraged from developing relationships.
Yes. And so, did you see in your experience at the previous facilities, I guess, good care experiences being provided to the residents?
Some yes, but a lot no.
And what were some of the problems that you saw?
There's no genuine care in a lot of the staffing.
Mm-hmm.
And when there was issues and you took it to management, they just didn't address it.
When you took an issue to management, they wouldn't address it?
Yep.
And what were the type of issues that you might take to management?
Residents not being treated with respect and dignity.
Yeah. And what were some of the ways that you saw that occurring?
Rough handling, telling residents to wait, they're busy doing something else that was obviously not as important, not giving residents time of day really, like they didn't matter.
Yes. And these were the sorts of issues that you've identified in your statement made you want to leave the industry?
Yeah, it took a toll on me as a person.
Yes. And so how was it that you came to be working at Belmere?
Well, I decided that I would give up aged care once I had enough.
Mm-hmm.
Then I saw an ad advertised by New Direction and all their values were written down in the ad, our 5 values that we go by, and they're my values as well, so I thought I would give it one last chance, and I was successful, and here I am.
Yes. And what were those values?
Respect, community, individuality. I've forgotten now because I'm on community, respect, individuality, relationships. I've forgotten the other one, sorry.
That's okay,
On the
it's not a memory test.
Yeah.
But you saw the ad and you thought that they were in line with your values.
Yeah, it was really person-centred care.
Yes.
And that is what I think it should be like.
Yes.
So that's what attracted me to it.
And is it your expectation, is it your experience that the facility has lived up to those values?
Yes, that's behind everything we do.
Yes. So, Miss Scott, at Belmere, you've detailed in your witness statement that you live in individual houses, is that correct?
Yes, it's wonderful.
What's your house like?
We have 7 residents, and everyone has different problems. Like the woman that lives next to me wouldn't know what day of the week it was. The man who lives the other side can sometimes know you and sometimes can't. And then there's Mary who's in bed most of the time, but every week they get her up, take her out in the sunshine in her bed and make sure that if she can't eat, that she's fed. And then there's another 2 residents, a husband and wife. But in a house in Belmere, in New Directions, a husband and wife must have 2 rooms, one as a bedroom and the other as a lounge room where they can still spend time together as a couple. It's just the loveliest place to live.
And is your house part of a bigger village?
Yes, there's 17 houses, but all in the one facility. And like we have a general store, we have a hairdresser, we have a craft centre, we have a cafe, we have a music studio complete with grand piano, and we have a wellness centre. And every aspect of caring is cared for personally.
And how do you find the staff at Belmere?
Excellent. I've never had a problem with any of the staff, and it can depend on the day how some of the more dementia patients are. Sometimes they're so really, really busy, but never once have I had something that I needed. They would immediately help you.
What are the types of things that staff help you with?
Well, I'm vegetarian and never once have I had a problem with food. I don't need help with much. It's just that I don't walk so well, and now I have a gopher that gets me around the place.
Yes.
And into trouble sometimes. But no, the staff are just so caring. And in the morning there's usually one on, and then another one at from 7 till 3, and then there's a second person comes on from 8 till 1:30, and then at 3 o'clock the afternoon staff come on. But then overnight, the night staff, I've only ever had to ring my buzzer once, and within 2 minutes the night staff was in my room.
And so when you refer to the staff hours now, is that the house companions?
Yes.
Yes. And so on a typical morning, Miss Scott, what would that involve for you? Do you have a set time that you wake up?
I do, because I like to be organised, but if you decide that you don't want to have breakfast until, say, 9 o'clock, that's no problem at all.
And how does the breakfast work? Do you choose what you want to eat yourself, or is there some menus provided to you which you can choose your food from?
You can choose what you want yourself.
And how does that work? Do you have a meeting with the house companions where you discuss what it is that you're after, or?
No, you just ask the house companion what you want. Like yesterday morning, one of the residents wanted scrambled egg, and there's never a problem with anything with food.
And do the house companions assist you with cooking?
I don't cook, I let them do that.
Yes. And then so after breakfast, say, what type of activities would you typically do in the facility?
I now work in the wellness centre as a receptionist, work in inverted commas, and get the residents up to have their treatments and things like that, which means it saves the physios and the podiatrists and that time, perhaps an hour a morning, which time's money.
Thank you. Mrs. Jones, what does a typical day look like in the life of a house companion?
Every day is different. When you start a morning shift, you would go to the nurses' station and get handover from night house companions and an RN if there's been a medical change or something. You would pick up your continence aid box and take it to the house with the medication folder, walk down to your house. Generally there's residents waiting for you to arrive, waiting to start their day, see your face. Some residents have already made themselves a cup of tea, some haven't, they wait for you to do it. You would put the continence aids away in each resident's room and lock the box up in a storage room. We'd open the computer, see what's on the diary system for today, and determine what resident needs to go where. They either have appointments outside or inside the facility. Then you would read progress notes to see what's happened. If you have been off for a couple of days on your weekend, you would update yourself to make sure you knew what was happening with each resident. You would go and check that each resident is safe right there and then, if they're having a sleep-in. Otherwise, you would start breakfast for those that were up and ready their day. And their routine is their routine. It's not up to a house companion to determine that. Some people like to have a shower at 10 o'clock, some people like to have it at the crack of dawn. It's totally up to them, and their support plan will determine what level of support is required for each resident. So we go by that. The support plans that we have for each resident are very, very detailed. So if a resident is capable of still doing for themselves, they do for themselves, and we support them when required. Once breakfast is over and all the morning cares are taken care of, we really just follow the residents what they want to do. Some people would go to activities, some wouldn't.
Yes.
We,
And do the house companions assist the residents with, say, showering and bathing if it's required?
yes.
Yes. And what's the process in place if during the course of that care you notice an issue? How is it that, say, it might be escalated to a registered nurse?
Anything out of the ordinary or out of the normal for that resident is reported to the RN immediately.
And how many RNs are typically on duty?
Multiple RNs during the day, 2 on the floor and other RNs in different positions. There's always someone to call.
And do you receive any specific additional training when you become a staff member at Balmere?
Lots of training, lots of in-house training, and we have Dementia Training Australia come in and give training courses as well. Our medication courses are done by an outside source. We have lots of other different training, continence training. Our first day is our values. Our values is really important around everything we do, so that takes up a whole day of making sure that everyone has our values. We have manual handling. We have it physically do manual handling. We have fire training, and we have training on all our modern technology, like we wear Viseras, that's our communication device. We have training on how the bed sensors work and how the Sonitor watches work that the residents wear, and how Zulafly, which is our mobile monitoring system, how to work all that and understand it.
And so you mentioned earlier today that you had previously done a certificate relating to care working prior, back before you worked here. How would you compare the level of knowledge that you have now after doing this additional training compared to what you knew previously?
Previously was mainly all online. At New Direction Care, it is mainly face-to-face, and there's always training available. We have our own training portal through Dementia Training Australia to help us understand more, and we've got training going on all the time.
In terms of the subject matter of the training, are there things that you know now that say you can implement in the day-to-day care needs of the residents which, you just weren't alive to before because of the lack of training?
New Direction Care, we think outside the box, whereas traditional aged care, we, as a carer back then, we didn't have an input into the support plans for residents, whereas here it's a whole team that create the support plan, which helps a house companion support the resident the best they can.
Yes. And so what types of things will feed into that support plan?
Strategies, the level of care, the level of assistance that they need, any dietary requirements, any preferences, the history of where they've come from, who they are as a person.
And is there any family involvement in that process?
Yes.
How is the family involved?
When they first come to New Direction Care, they have given a history, and that's part of the support plan.
And are family members able to visit residents when they want, or?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Anytime. The door's always open.
And Miss Scott, you mentioned earlier some of the facilities that are available to you within the New Direction Village. What things are most important to you that you have access to that help you enjoy your day?
I think interacting with the carers and interacting with the staff generally.
And are you able to visit friends or have friends come and visit you?
Yes, I am. I have a gopher, and I'm allowed to go out of the village on my gopher, and I have my next of kin lives just 5 minutes round the road, and I'm able to go round there and visit if I choose. And they're building a set of shops at the back of New Direction Care, and when they're finished I'll be able to go up there and do my own shopping, which is just so fabulous.
Yes. And what types of hobbies and interests do you have that you are able to do at the facility?
I love reading particularly, but I have always wanted to do calligraphy, and I'm just in the process of taking that up again.
Yeah, thank you. And what do you think are some features of the care that you receive from the house companions? I know you mentioned that you like that it's one-on-one. Have you noticed some differences in the way that they treat you, which makes a difference to the enjoyment that you get in a day?
I think that the house carers treat everybody with respect and dignity, and no matter what level of dementia the residents are at, they're all treated fairly, equally, and the same amount of time is given to every resident.
Yes. And have you been able to make friends with other residents at the facility?
Yes, I have. There's currently another lady living in our house who's in her 50s, and she's got Lewy Down syndrome, and we have become really good friends. She's going to be moving back to her home because now under the NDIS scheme she can get care there, but there'll be somebody else come along, and it's the old adage, if you want a friend, be friendly.
Yes, yes. And Mrs. Jones, what's the profile of Belmere residents?
What? I don't understand that.
Like, what type of people do you have living at
We
Belmere?
have a big variety of people. We have people with dementia and people that don't have dementia. Some people are just ageing.
Yes, and do you have some younger people with disabilities?
We have quite a few of young onset dementia, yes.
Yes. And how are the clinical care needs of residents managed in the facility?
That would be up to the clinical team,
Mhm.
RNs, physios, OTs.
Yes. And do you have services on site which they can attend?
Yes, we've got a physio on site
Mm-hmm.
and an OT on site, and yeah.
And are there any further activities in addition to the ones that Ms Scott has mentioned that are available for residents?
There's loads of activities every day. Sometimes I've seen on the activities calendar there's sometimes 9 a day.
Mhm.
You can pick and choose what you want to attend or what you don't want to attend.
Yes. And what are some examples of the types of activities?
There's aqua classes, there's trivia in the cinema, there's outside gardening clubs, there is walking groups,
Mhm.
bingo is always a good one. There's so many, but there's also activities in the houses. Once you've done your morning cares as a house companion and you might have a bit of time before you start your lunch, you can sit down as a household around the dining table and do some activities.
Yes. In your witness statement, you note that, some days there's challenges that you need to face. What are some examples of the types of challenges that you face as a house companion, and how is it that you're able to work through those in your current environment?
Every day is different for a resident, so some days they find it more difficult, sometimes they don't.
Mm-hmm.
As a house companion, you'll reach out for support. There's always support for extra staff to come and help you, so you can dedicate more time to that person that's having a tough day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what do you think are the key factors in your current workplace that make your role as a carer more enjoyable and more able to achieve better outcomes for the residents?
The relationships that we develop, very close relationships with our residents and their families,
Mm-hmm.
and as a team as well, we have good relationships with each other, so you don't feel like you're on your own. It's a whole community that support you to give the care that's required.
Yes. And how is it that you're able to, spend the time to make and build those relationships
We
amongst
have
the
more
demands
time.
of your job? Yeah.
We have more time to develop those relationships, and we have a genuine desire to develop those relationships, and having a good relationship with a resident and having genuine empathy it always makes it easier for everyone.
Yes. And in your current role as a house companion leader, you are involved in the hiring process, is that
Yes.
correct? And what are the types of things you look out for when you're hiring new staff?
Our 5 values must be behind everything that we do. It doesn't matter what qualifications you've got.
Mm-hmm.
We've got people working for us that are chefs, some high qualifications, but they want a more meaningful opportunity to give back, and if they meet our values, we go through a very detailed recruiting process and determine who's suitable to work for us.
Yes. So do I take it your evidence is that you find it more important, the attitude of the person, than the
Yes.
qualifications they come with? And have you had instances where you've had people that do have the qualifications but don't have the attitude that you're looking for?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And what happens in those types of situations?
If you don't have our values, you can't remain working for New Direction Care.
Yes. And do you find that people that have worked in previous aged care facilities might have particular habits or practices?
Yeah, it's very difficult to change those habits if they've had experience in traditional aged care, but they will be supported to change to New Direction Care's way of thinking.
And what are some of the habits and practices that you see?
They don't take the time to sit down with residents and really get to know them. If you really get to know a resident, it's easier to look after them because you know how they work. It's very hard coming from traditional to New Direction Care to change your way of thinking, but it's possible.
Ms Scott, In your witness statement, you detail your view that you think it's very important that there be a focus on individual needs. Is that correct? And what are the types of things that you would encourage aged care providers to focus on when they're looking after people in your position?
I think probably the answer is in current aged care, and I see two aspects of that. One, that the present residential aged care is not relative and not functioning. And two, may I respectfully suggest that the members of the Royal Commission personally visit New Direction Care at Belmere, Queensland. This facility is just an hour north of Brisbane. Here you will see an aged care facility that takes aged care into the 21st century and beyond.
And Ms Jones, what do you think are some of the biggest areas that need improvement and change industry-wide in terms of better working conditions, both for carers and the experience for residents?
From a traditional point of view, once you've got your Certificate 3 at a minimum, you can get a job anywhere. It's very evident that that doesn't work. At New Direction Care, you don't need to have that certificate. You need to have our values. In traditional care values, there's no such thing, in my experience.
Yes.
If you've got that certificate, you can get a job, and a lot of people, that is a wage for them, and that's all they care about.
And in terms of the importance of leadership, clearly you're in a situation now where you're, happy with the state of the systems in place. How important do you think it is, the attitude of leadership and the impact that it has upon the workers, from the top of the organisation down to the bottom?
It is extremely important because it does start from the top. If you feel listened to and supported to carry out your house companion role, it makes it much easier, and you feel valued and like you are actually making a positive difference.
Yes. And do you think the care needs of Belmere residents are about the same as in other aged care facilities?
No. The care needs at New Direction Care are far better quality than traditional aged care, far better.
So, sorry, the care provided to them is better quality?
Yes,
you're
absolutely,
saying?
because we've got the time.
Yes.
And
And in terms of the acuity of the residents' needs, do you have a mix of high needs or low need
Yes.
residents, or?
yes, that residents are placed in houses depending on who they are as a person and what they're used to.
And
It doesn't matter what their diagnosis is.
Sure. And so when you compare the care needs of the residents you look after at the moment, is it a similar type of mix as what you've encountered in more traditional residential aged care facilities?
No. People with dementia in traditional aged care facilities are in a locked wing, whereas New Direction Care, we all live together,
Yes.
no matter what your diagnosis.
Yes. And in terms of how much care the residents are needing, because say they might have a higher level of needs or a lower level of needs, is that mix of needs of the resident similar at Belmere to what it is in other residential aged care facilities
it's
you've
not.
worked in?
At New Direction Care, we have a mix of any level of care in each house. It depends on who you are as a person. In traditional care, there's a lot of different wings, like one wing you would call high care and one wing you would call low care, whereas at New Direction it's a mix of everything.
Yes. And do you observe that residents are able to mix well in that environment of different care needs of the
Yes.
residents they're in a house with?
Yep.
Yes. And because you said you organise houses by personality,
Yes,
is that correct? How do you,
and their lifestyle.
and their lifestyles? So what are the types of things you look at to determine who might be well suited to
Well,
be together in a house?
Who is that person? What have they done in their life? And what they're used to.
certainly. Sorry. I have no further questions, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Wondering if I could go back to your evidence about the approaches and attitudes of staff in what you describe as the more traditional aged care setting, because we're particularly interested in how to assist staff move to a more Belmere-like approach to working with residents. Have you got any suggestions about what might help them move from the older model to your newer model?
I think they need, Certificate 3 is not the only qualification that you need. The attitude. We have a different attitude at New Direction Care, and you've either got it or you don't. And that's what we do when we recruit staff. We determine whether they're good enough to work for us or not.
And that puts an onus on aged care providers to actually recruit effectively, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's right. Thank you.
Scott, it is wonderful to hear from a satisfied resident of an aged care facility. You are obviously chosen very well, and you are very well looked after there, and we're very grateful to you for telling us your story. And no doubt Ms Jones is a major part of that happiness, and we thank her for her evidence and the way in which she caters for your needs on a one-to-one basis. It's very important, and we are looking, as Commissioner Briggs has just said, for models that will improve on the existing models of residential care, and this seems to be one that works very well. But thank you both for your evidence.
Thank you.
The Commission will adjourn until 11:15. Yes, Ms Hutchins.
I call the next witness, Mrs Natasha Chadwick.
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please state your full name for the transcript.
My name is Natasha Jane Chadwick.
And you've prepared a statement for the Commission?
I have, yes.
Operator, please bring up WIT.0172.0001.001. The statement dated 17 June 2019. Have you had the opportunity to read your statement before giving your evidence today?
Yes, I have.
And do you wish to make any changes?
No.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
I tender that statement.
Yes, the witness statement of Natasha Jane Chadwick dated the 17th of June 2019 will be Exhibit 6-53.
Mrs Chadwick, you're the founder and CEO of New Direction Balmere Proprietary Limited.
Yes, that's correct.
And when was it founded?
So I started the actual company itself in 2012 when we started the research, but the operation of New Direction Care at Balmere didn't commence until September 2017.
And when you refer to the research, what's that a reference to?
So I've been in aged care for about 25 years now, but 18 years into that career, I started research into what I thought, was a change that we needed to make in aged care. And so I internationally researched what other people were doing and, also what was happening here in Australia. I talked to a lot of residents and family members, and that's pretty much the research that I refer to, as well as a lot of papers and from experts and so forth.
Yes. And what was your prior experience working in the aged care industry?
So my career started as a lobbyist, if you like, in the National Association of Nursing Homes and Private Hospitals, and that was back in 1994. So as I said, I've been around for a while. And then I went on to create a consulting company. After the 1997 reforms, I was heavily involved in the reforms back in 1997 and the New Aged Care Act. At one time, I operated about 1,500 aged care beds across Australia for church, charitable and private sector organisations. And then I founded a number of operations, if you like, in traditional aged care. And then my most recent is New Direction Care.
Yes. And how many residents are at Balmere?
We have about 106 residents at the moment. Might be about 107 or, yeah.
Yes. And at your statement at paragraph 23, Operator, if you could please pull out the table below that paragraph. Here you set out the profile of the residents that are at Balmere. Could you describe for the Commission what's set out in this box and, what the type of resident composition is?
Yes, certainly. So in a traditional aged care environment, you would typically see an average age of about 84 to 85. At New Direction Care at Balmere, our average age is 77. And the reason for that is because we provide care and services, support services to older people who are frail, older people who are living with dementia, younger people living with young onset dementia, as well as younger people with a disability.
Yes. And Operator, please go to the next page. The box continues. And there you see the figures in relation to the number of people with younger onset dementia being 19% of the community.
That's correct. So 19% of the community and about a third of the people that are living with dementia in our community.
And what type of challenges do you face with this type of mix of people all living in one facility?
Well, I mean, the point is they don't live in a facility, they live in a community.
Yes.
And so, the challenges are quite different, I think, than what you would have in traditional aged care. We're able to place residents based on their values. So younger people are living with younger people, or they might be living with a mix of older and younger people. So the challenges aren't as extreme, I think, as what you might find in traditional aged care, bringing a whole lot of people together from different ages.
Yes, and Ms Jones just spoke briefly on the process in relation to determining the profile of residents that might be best placed together. Are you able to describe what that process is a bit further and how it is that you, I guess, match up residents who you think might be well suited to live with each other?
Yeah, sure. So some years ago, when we first started, and as part of our research, we developed a lifestyle survey, and that was done with one of the major research houses here in Australia, and was tested widely across Australia. That survey is a 10-minute electronic survey that a resident or their family or someone close to them will complete if they're living with dementia, for example. And it really, provides their worldview, their base values, what matters to them in life. The kind of holidays that they might have gone on, the type of car they might have driven, whether they spend their money or they were savers, what their political views were. And so out of that research, we have identified that there are 6 lifestyles, if you like, here in Australia, and that's across the board. It doesn't matter, who you are, you fit into one of those lifestyles. And the lifestyles range from, being a very traditional person, someone who follows the rules, and right through to someone who's, incredibly innovative or progressive, and, is a breaker of rules, if you like.
Thank you. You note in your witness statement that improving the quality of life and wellbeing of residents is the heart of what you seek to achieve at Belmere. What are the features of Belmere facility design that's directed at achieving this goal?
So there are a number of factors. That probably the biggest thing we've done, and we talk about having turned aged care on its head. And we mean that in terms of pretty much everything that we do in aged care. So our building design, instead of building a large nondescript, institutional building or even an aged care hotel, if you like, what we've done is build a community. We call it a microtown. And the reason we use that descriptor, if you like, is because it's similar to, a small town throughout Australia. We built all the services that would support a small community. Elsie and Lisa spoke about them earlier. We've got, hairdressing salon, we've got a local shop, corner store, the wellness centre, the spa, a cafe, and all of those services are available to the external community as well. They're not just for the people who live in the microtown. And then, the biggest difference is we then created homes, houses for people to live in rather than a large building. So we have a main arterial road, and off that arterial road we have 6 streets, and on those 6 streets there are 17 houses. And the houses operate like a mini care home. They only have 7 people living in them rather than 120 people under one roof, if you like. And they look just like your home or my home. You walk in the door, there's a front yard or a porch. You walk in the door, there's a lounge, dining room, sitting areas, kitchen, which is fully operational, dining room and dining table for the residents to operate as a family, if you like. The biggest difference is probably there's 7 bedrooms with an ensuite. We don't have that typically in our homes. And then there's always a backyard, and on the backyard there is a patio with a barbecue area and nice private places for people to be able to go to as well.
Yes. So you've described the home-like environment that you're able to provide for your residents. Do you find there's a tension between providing this home-like environment and being able to meet their individual clinical care needs?
No, we, as I said, 7 years of research went into this, including piloting 2 homes, well before we actually developed New Direction Care at Belmere. And so we, dealt with all of those kinds of factors when we were developing the community. The reason I say no is because you can provide end-stage life in somebody's home There's no reason why you can't do that, in our homes, and we do it all the time. And, one of the factors or the ways that we do that is by having a professional services team, which is, a clinical team that includes people like registered nurses 24/7. We have occupational therapists, we have physiotherapists, we have, allied health, GP, dental clinics, and all of those people are available. And so we take the service into the home based on what that resident actually needs from us.
And paragraph 49 of your statement, if you could please go to that, operator. You discuss the balancing of care needs while providing a home, and you identify a number of factors at Belmare that go towards achieving that balance. The first factor you point to is the use of what you call house companions. Could you describe to us how you see the role of a house companion and how you say it differs from, say, a care worker in the traditional residential aged care environment?
Yeah, look, the role's incredibly different. For one, it's multifactorial, if you like. It's multifunctional. So our house companions, the whole part of their role is about building a relationship with their residents and gaining trust so that they can then, provide individual services. House companions are, trained and provide services that pretty much run the household, if you like, in conjunction with the residents. So they menu plan. They've all been trained in nutrition and balancing a diet, if you like. So they menu plan with residents. They actually do the cooking, so they're trained in cooking as well and using equipment.
Who's that training provided by?
So it depends. We have a relationship with TAFE, and they do some of our training, and we also do training in-house. As Lisa mentioned, some of our staff include qualified chefs, and so we utilise their experience as well. And our dietitian is involved in making sure that the house companions understand nutritional requirements and what kind of meals, over a week should be provided. So, for example, not too many pasta meals, you have certain proteins and all of those things.
Yes, and are there any other qualifications that your house companions will generally have?
So they're all medication certified, so they're all capable of providing or administering medication that is packed for residents. Any unpacked medication or Schedule 8 drugs are provided by registered nurses, so they're only giving the packed medication. They're also all food safety qualified, so even in traditional aged care, people who work as a kitchen hand might have only done a few hours of training. Our team members do a full day, and then they're constantly competencied as well. So they're all food safety supervisor trained.
And generally, what clinical and personal care needs of the residents do the house companions assist with?
So their role is around personal care. We have a clinical team that look after the clinical care needs. However, it's the usual things around personal hygiene, assisting someone to have a shower. It might be supervising. It might be, assisting them to go to the toilet, making sure that they're eating their meals, all of those personal requirements for residents. And from a clinical perspective, it's about understanding what's happening with each of their residents that they're providing support to, so that they can call on a registered nurse when they believe that something's changing with that person that someone needs to look at further.
Yes. And does the house companion approach that you've implemented require higher numbers of staff than what's seen in a traditional model style residential aged care facility?
It's a really interesting question, and it's one that I get quite often. It really doesn't. In a typical aged care environment of 120 places, you would see on the numbers of staff, in that environment of about 120 to 130, and we have the same. We just use the staff, we utilise them in a different way. So in traditional aged care, everything's delineated. It's focused around the task. So I'm a kitchen hand, I'm a chef, I'm a cleaner, I work in the laundry, I provide care. And it's a very structured, lineated, task-focused role. As you can see with our house companion, they do all of those things in a house with 7 people only.
And back to the factors that you've identified for balancing the care needs while providing a home. The second factor that you identify is dignity of risk. And you say at Balmere we believe in dignity of risk. What do you understand that term to mean?
So for me, it's about being able to continue to live the life that you've always lived, you know, and not have someone stopping you from taking, you know, the risk that you've always taken as an individual. So, you know, some of the things, I mean, Elsie herself spoke about, you know, how she goes outside on a gopher, and, you know, that's 5 minutes down the road, that's, you know, near a main road, all of those sorts of things. You know, we could take the view of, no, Elsie, you know, you're here, you're under our care, we don't want you to do that. But instead we look at, you know, how can we actually support you to continue to take those, you know, daily risks that you would have taken in your life anyhow. Okay, so, you know, it might be as simple as someone who wants to continue smoking. You know, many aged care facilities don't allow that. That's not up to us to judge. I believe, you know, if you're allowing someone to live their life, that's part of their life. And so it's important then, how do we support that person to actually achieve that without putting the rest of the community at risk?
Yeah. Another factor that you mentioned is the access to health services. You touched briefly before on the fact that you've got a whole clinical services team.
Yeah.
How does that work on site?
So we have a wellness centre, and in the wellness centre we have, you know, OT, physio, aides and exercise physiologists. We also have a dental clinic as well as a GP clinic. So we have rooms, you know, that are set up for those people. And then our clinical team of registered nurses work upstairs in the administration area so that they can oversight the whole community, if you like. And they also have, you know, access to a bank of screens that have all the CCTV on them, so that they're able to oversight residents from that perspective as well. In terms of, you know, health services, well, we operate on a diary system. I think that it was mentioned, you know, early. So if a resident has a doctor's appointment, you know, that we are able to get them up to the GP clinic so that the GP can then be very effective in the way that they, you know, run their services.
In your facility, who's responsible for medication review?
So medication review is undertaken in conjunction with, you know, the team essentially. So it's a clinical team, GP. It might include our RMMR, you know, the people that actually review our medications separately as a separate pharmacist, and also our pharmacy.
Yes. And what's the regular intervals of medication reviews?
Well, it depends on, you know, the resident. Everything's incredibly individualised. So GP might, and you know, one of the things we also do is we have a dedicated registered nurse for our GP clinic. So every time GP makes changes to medication, you know, in conjunction with the resident or in discussion, all of those things are immediately acted upon that day following that clinic. And then if we're looking to review medications, then we'll bring the whole team together to do that, at least on a monthly basis, but you know, more often depending on the person.
Yes. And the Commission has heard during the course of its hearings about evidence regarding challenges that many facilities face with the interface between hospitals and other parts of the healthcare system. How does Balmere seek to address these types of issues?
So we have a really strong working relationship with, you know, the local services, including Caboolture Hospital and also Prince Charles and the Redcliffe Hospital. So we've done that by, you know, working really hard to have access to the radar team that operates out of Caboolture Hospital, and it means that we're able to you know, if we know that a particular resident has a particular behavioural, you know, increase, if you like, or an acute episode, we know that they need to go to a CAM unit, for example. We make sure that we contact the radar team and they take them through that process so that they're not languishing in a local hospital, if you like, where no one actually knows what to do with them. They're directed straight to, you know, the specialist service that they need. And, you know, part of that network, if you like, is because our professional services leader, Dr. Judy McCrow, is you know, very well recognised as a delirium and dementia expert and has access to many of those you know, people as colleagues. And so we've made it really, you know, made sure that we've managed that network.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the staff at your community more broadly than just the house companions who we've already spoken about, what observations can you make about the adequacy of training when staff first join your organisation?
So, I mean, it depends. We have, you know, people come to us, many of them that have never worked in aged care before. And so, you know, if you're talking about someone like that, it's significant training, not just in the job, but in actually our values and then understanding how to apply those values, you know, when they're carrying out their role. So, you know, we talked about the kind of training that our house companions go through, but everyone goes through the same recruitment process, no matter what their role, and everyone, you know, pretty much goes through the same orientation program as well.
Yes. And do you find that there's further specific training that you provide to nurses?
Registered nurses?
Yes.
We continue to encourage and provide them with additional education. So one of the things that we do in terms of a career pathway, if you like, for our registered nurses is a junior always works with a senior, so there's mentoring happening. And then we specialise our registered nurses. So if someone is particularly interested in wound care, for example, we then provide them with the training and the support and the mentoring to actually become a specialist in that area, so that they are the go-to registered nurse, if you like, for the other RNs or the clinical team when a chronic wound might come up.
Yes. And do you also have career pathway opportunities for, you know, other people within the organisation?
Yeah, sure. We have, you've spoke to Lisa separately. She was a house companion, and there's also then a house companion mentor role. So there is a mentor in every single house. So there's 17 mentors. And their role is to, you know, to facilitate that relationship with family and the resident as well as the clinical team. So making sure that our communication is, you know, getting through and that it's always, you know, everyone knows what's going on in the house. One of the things that the mentors do is if a family wants us to, we give them weekly updates. A little story about, you know, what might be happening for their loved one for that week and, you know, photos and things like that so that they can see that you know, their partner is engaged, is doing something and is living a meaningful life.
Yes. And one further question in relation to staff training is, in terms of the availability of training and education options generally in the community, do you think that what's available adequately reflects the needs of the types of things you would want for your staff to be able to be trained in?
No, my experience has been that we have to provide significant training, whether it's a registered nurse who's come out from, you know, a degree training, or whether it's someone who's done, you know, Certificate 3 or a lifestyle certificate. You know, one of the failings, if you like, that I see is that there is you know, something as important as dementia care, for example. You know, we in our community, almost 70% of our residents are living with dementia, but typically in traditional aged care, over 50% of residents are living with dementia, and yet it's an elective, you know, and it's something that a registered nurse may not even touch on when they're actually doing their training. And so, you know, that's a pretty important aspect, I think, of you know, training that needs to be looked at across all domains, if you like, of education for aged care. And we see the same with Certificate 3. it's an elective rather than something that is core to the training that's provided.
Mm-hmm. Turning now to the use of technology at your organisation, what are some technological what is some things that you've been able to use in terms of technology to enhance the experience of residents?
Yeah, so, our site is 2 hectares. It's a large site. And so we use a full suite of technology, if you like, that we have developed with a number of different providers to meet our needs. It's all based around mobile monitoring, if you like. It means that residents can continue to live an independent, life where they're free to move in and out of their homes and around the community without people, being on top of them, if you like. So they all have wearable technology, and that wearable technology lets us know where they are at any time. There is sensors in bedrooms, in beds and things like that, so that if someone is a high falls risk, for example, then we can respond to them very quickly. We're alerted to them, attempting to get out of bed. There is also communication through, I think Lisa mentioned it, our Visera badge. So every team member logs on as soon as they come into work, and we then have full access to communication at any time and across the whole site, no matter where our staff are. Mm-hmm. So we also then use CCTV. Yes. And our CCTV is pretty much, from the minute you walk into our main admin building right through the whole site. So it's across perimeter so that we can ensure a resident's safety and security. It's also down our main streets, in the cafe, in all of the main areas.
Is it used in the residents' individual households?
Yes, so it is in houses, but only in the semi-public areas, if you like, the shared communal areas. We don't have CCTV in any residents' rooms, and this has not been something that we've ever had a request of at this point.
Yes. Do you know what the organisation's attitude would be if you did have a request for CCTV in a room?
Look, I would be concerned first that a family member felt, that they needed that kind of added security, if you like. And it would be very individual based. So we would want to understand what's going on. Why have you potentially lost trust in us as an organisation, for example? Why issues should have been raised well before we get to that kind of request that we could then deal with, particularly if it's about a staff member. The other things that we'd need to take into account is other residents' privacy, because they might go into that person's bedroom and they might chat, and so it could actually then impact on their privacy. The way that we make decisions, if you like, is on an individual basis, and then the house makes a decision. So, we would look at it from that perspective. How does the house feel about this? And do they believe that it's a necessity as well? It's the kind of thing that we do even, for pets, for example. If someone wants to bring in a pet, they go through the same process.
Yes. And how is the Balmere model of care funded?
We're funded the same as any other aged care facility in Australia. I'm an approved provider, or we're an approved provider under the Aged Care Act 97, and we have the same funding mechanisms and requirements.
And we've heard from Elsie earlier today that she's able to freely come and go from the facility. Is that the situation for all residents, or is that sometimes their care needs wouldn't facilitate that type of freedom of movement?
Look, again, it's an individual basis. So, if we have someone who is living with severe dementia, is not capable of, crossing that threshold and being safe, it doesn't mean that they can't. It just means that we either need to have someone with them, that we make sure that a team member's with them, or, we follow what the family requires of us in that situation. But no, from our perspective, if someone wants to go for a walk, for example, I think, we talked about the walking group, or Lisa talked about it earlier. Many of the people that are on that walking group are living with dementia, and yet every morning they go for a walk around our external community, not just in the internal community.
Yes. And in terms of the individual units, do they need to be locked in the evening time or during the day, or?
So when we created New Direction Care at Belmere, it was all about trying to emulate as normal a life as possible for people. And so it's normal for us to lock our homes at night, but typically, to be able to come freely and go freely during the day. And so, yes, there is a time frame when the doors are locked, but they're all, on security release for fire and all of those kinds of things. And residents, who are able to come and go are still able to. And of course we have all of our CCTV and our monitoring, which allows us to monitor what's happening in that house. And our night team, we also have a night team, which includes a 24/7 registered nurse.
Yes, and in terms of for residents that may be lacking capacity themselves to decide or have that freedom of movement, say, in and out of the facility, do you engage in a process of obtaining consent from family members or next of kin in relation to the restriction of that person's freedom of movement?
Yeah, look, we, again, everything is individualised. We'll sit down with the family and we'll talk them through. We are an organisation that does not believe in restraint, and we don't have any restraints. Whether that's physical or chemical. And so it's a long conversation sometimes with families where they might think that, a bed rail is not a restraint. And so we'll talk to them about how, that could actually put their loved one in danger rather than be what they think it will be, which is, to make them safe. And so we talk about other options, and we look at, how we can still enable a resident to live the life that they've always lived.
You note in your statement that you consider an appropriate indicator to gauge a resident's quality of life as positive well-being. What does this term mean, and how can you measure whether a person is enjoying their life? So
I think particularly when you're talking about someone who is living with a cognitive impairment, observation is, a real key to actually understanding what is happening for that person. We could have someone who, might be asked a question with a smiley face, and you think that you're going to get a response from them. But that response could be in absolute, difference to their body language, to how they're actually behaving. So, for example, to understand if someone feels safe in their environment, we can see from their body language whether they're engaging, whether they're sitting around the dining room table and chatting, with other residents and staff members. We can see that if a person comes into close proximity to them, whether or not they're reacting in a negative or a positive way. So there's a lot of observation, I think, that you can utilise, and is better utilised than potentially a survey or something like that.
And in your experience, what are some features of traditional style residential aged care facilities that result in poor quality of life outcomes for the residents?
Well, one of the biggest ones, I think, is restraint. It amazes me that in today's society that we continue to restrain someone for what we think or tell ourselves is their safety. I think it's incredibly rare where you would actually need to restrain someone for their safety. I tend to see in traditional aged care that it's used for other means rather than, for the person's actual safety. Okay.
And separate from restraint, what are some other features of traditional aged care facilities that you think result in poor quality of life outcomes?
Task. As I said before, traditional aged care is based around delineated roles and function, task. And what happens when you do that is you lose the person. And so the person themselves, doesn't feel like they have any value, because someone is doing something for them. They're taking away from them. They're taking their independence, rather than trying to enhance that independence. Now, I'm not saying that people do that on purpose in traditional aged care. It's just that's what's occurred because we've focused on the task rather than the individual person.
And, in your statement at paragraph 53, if we could please turn to that, operator, you note that the research you've undertaken and your own experience shows that there's a number of features of residential care that are important to aged care recipients and their families on this issue of enhancing their quality of life. Operator, if you could please go to 53 and pull out the subparagraphs A to G. So some of these features we have spoken about already, the first being care delivery in a home-like setting. The second factor that you mentioned is the ability to remain engaged with the community. How important do you see that as being to a resident's quality of life?
So for me, there is no hierarchy to these. I think
Yes.
that they're all as important as each other.
Yes.
And sometimes they might have a greater importance, depending on the individual and where they're at in their life. So, for example, a positive end-of-life journey and being able to palliate at home is important when you're at that point in your life. It's not necessarily, important when you're socially isolated, for example, in your home, and therefore are no longer engaged in community. So, one of the things that we believe that we're able to achieve at New Direction Care at Belmere is the ability for residents to remain engaged in community, to have an active, life, to still have purpose and meaning. I mean, Elsie talked about having a job. That's a purposeful, meaningful thing for her. And many of our other residents, do the same things. They might do the garbage round, for example, or, do the answering telephones on a Sunday, or whatever it might be. They might actually be helping with the cooking or cleaning up in the house. So the ability to make those choices and to continue to do the things they've always done is incredibly important. And I think it's very hard to provide that in a traditional environment. You need a home-like setting and a communal setting to achieve that.
And one of the factors that you mention at 53 subpara E is the ability to make choices about their daily routines. We heard evidence from Ms Scott earlier this morning about that she gets to choose what she wants for breakfast and she gets to choose what activities she does. Is it difficult to be able to create an environment for residents where they do get to choose things like food or activities? Or
I do think that the built environment is important to actually making it easier to provide those things, than a traditional environment, if you like. And one of the reasons for that is if you have a scheduled breakfast time at 8, for example, and you're in traditional aged care, and you've got, so many residents that you have to make sure are, awake, changed, maybe showered before they can go down for breakfast, and someone's being woken at 6 o'clock in the morning, and somebody else is being woken at 6:30, and that may not be their choice. They may have always slept in until 10 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden that's being taken away from them. So by having a more flexible approach and a house companion, we're able to deal with that ebb and flow, which is this resident wakes up at 7, they like to have a shower immediately that they've woken up, whereas, this particular resident might not wake up until 9. And, they might want scrambled eggs for breakfast rather than, or they might want, jam and toast or a cup of tea, or they might actually want to turn the kettle on themselves for that cup of tea. So, yeah.
You've touched on this just briefly now, and also in your witness statement, the notion that it's important for residents to have purpose.
Yes.
And that you endeavour to provide them with tasks, meaningful tasks for them to do during the day. Could you explain a bit for the Commission, the types of things that you're able to get residents involved in that regard?
Yeah, sure. Again, it depends on the resident themselves. And it's really important that we learn about them and what their story is, before they come into care with us. So, for example, we have a gentleman who is living with younger onset dementia. He recently came to our community and he loves gardening. And so, we've worked with him to ensure that he can mow the lawns, but he does that under the supervision of our gardener. He's involved in doing the pots and the planting and all of those things. So even though he may forget exactly how to pot a plant, we're there to support him to actually, continue to do that. And, it changes, the whole experience for a resident. I think they continue to live their life. They look forward to tomorrow rather than thinking, I'm done on this earth, I'm just waiting to die, which unfortunately, we see quite often in traditional aged care.
Yes, and the final factor on your list here, and one that you've touched on briefly earlier, is end-of-life journey. How important do you think it is to allow residents to have their end-of-life journey, in the facility where they've been living previously? And are there kind of any barriers or challenges to you being able to facilitate this for them?
So I think it's incredibly important. I myself supported my father to die at home, and I was lucky to be able to do that, but it was in a short-term care requirement. Whereas, someone who's come to live with us, whether it's for, a number of months or a number of years, it's really important that at the end of their life, they're supported, they're surrounded by people that love them, that know them, that they have relationships with. And someone who also understands what's important to them, at that end stage for them, whether it's playing a particular type of music, whether it's actually getting in touch with someone that they haven't seen for some time and, facilitating that to happen. Whether it's supporting, their family and the other residents that live in that house to spend time with them and even, stay overnight or whatever it might be. I just think it's an incredibly important thing that we can that we can do, if you like, in aged care that allows someone to have a good death.
In relation to the care needs of residents generally, how important do you think family involvement is in that process?
Well, it's key. It's like anything. They know a person, their loved one, better than we do, and so it's really important that we engage them in that, and that we also take that burden from them, if you like. So many people, when they come into aged care, their family members have been, caring for them. They become, rather than the daughter, the carer for some time. And so for us, it's really important that they can give us all of that information, that we can develop a support plan that can support the care of their loved one, and then they can go back to having that original relationship, being a daughter again, being a mother.
Turning now to some issues relating to the aged care system and your experience in that regard. You observe in your witness statement that when you commenced working on the Balmere project in 2012, that you had that the relationships between operators, government and the relevant quality agencies was largely a positive experience and collaborative. You have observed that you consider that the environment has now changed. Why do you think that is, and what do you think has changed?
Look, I've been in aged care for, as I said, 25 years now, and I have never experienced the kind of, punitive type of behaviour, if you like, or regulation that we're currently seeing. In the past, if there was a problem with a facility, the agencies and government would typically work with that organisation to either remove them from the industry, move them out if that was, the right decision, or to encourage them and work with them to actually, increase the quality of care and then to provide a better service. Whereas what we're seeing now is rather than recognition of, and I believe, having been around for some time, that the government agencies and the department, they know who the organisations are or who the facilities are that are of concern. And instead of focusing on those, of concern, there seems to be this, approach across the whole industry now that we're not to be trusted in some respects, which is very difficult. And, the reason I say that is from our own personal experience. When we were going through accreditation, for example, the assessors, said to me and said to many of our team, I read about what you're doing in your handbook, or, I read about your policy, and then I look up and I see it happening. So that's a really, positive approach to the innovation and the change that we were making. A few short months later, when we had an assessor come in for an unannounced, the comments were, things like, it's all smoke and mirrors, this can't be real. And therefore, we were being asked, if you like, to provide, even greater and more evidence, and to jump through a higher hoop, I think, than would typically be required.
Do you think that the current regulatory system encourages the development of innovative models?
A few years ago, absolutely. I don't think I would have been able to, do it without that. But right now, I would say no. And the reason I say that is because when you have shifting sands, when the ground is moving beneath you, it's very hard to innovate. You need a certain level of sustainability and knowing what's going forward to be able to innovate. We can't innovate as an industry on our own. We need, financiers, we need funding bodies, we need, all of those groups of people to come together to support innovation. And when you've got so much change happening in an industry, and when a provider doesn't know, next what's going to happen, makes it very difficult.
And in terms of your experience with the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission and its predecessor, the Aged Care Quality Agency, can you make any observations about whether you thought the process was working well, or whether the staff was adequately trained?
Look, I have actually offered to the Commission to assist them, if you like, in some of those processes, because I've identified, again through our own experience, that in particular some assessors have no aged care background or residential aged care background. It's pretty hard to assess something that you've not had any experience of. And then, one of the hardest things to watch is an assessor that really doesn't have a good grounding or understanding or education around dementia care, trying to question a resident, or, impacting on their privacy, for example. Not listening to us as a provider when we say to them, it's probably best to not speak to that person. You could actually trigger an event for them, and then to have that totally disregarded. And go ahead and question that resident, and then that poor resident, is then put in a really difficult situation. So I do think that greater training around dementia care and mental health, certainly around questioning, of residents. And also one of the things that I have really, experienced, if you like, is that as a provider, we're required to ensure that our residents' privacy is met, that their dignity is maintained. And yet I don't see that same behaviour, if you like, in a protocol coming out of the Commission for its own staff. So for example, you might have a resident sitting in a traditional aged care environment at the dining room table, and because they're in a public area, someone just comes up, sits down next to them and starts asking them questions. Where is their privacy? Where is their ability to engage?
Thank you. In terms of the aged care quality standards, what are your views about these standards, and whether you think they will affect positive change?
Look, I think that they're certainly headed in the right direction. That there is a real focus around the individual, which I think is fantastic. I question whether or not it's possible to have a single, instrument across the different levels of care. It's a very different relationship in home care or daycare services than it is in residential aged care. Not everyone is lucky like Elsie to have been able to make a decision and make that choice of where they want to live. In residential aged care, the majority of people come to live with us because family can no longer provide that level of care. It's not necessarily their choice. And, so I think that's quite a different relationship than home care where, I might have someone coming in to provide cleaning or, personal care for a few short hours a day, but I'm still living in my home. I'm independent.
And is it apparent to you what your obligations are under the standards and what's going to be required to achieve compliance?
Look, I would hope that we know, but it's not apparent, no. When I read through the standards, when we completed the self-assessment as a team, we have a lot of questions and we don't know how those are going to be addressed. How are we going to be, questioned? What kind of evidence, if you like, will provide, the outcome that the assessors are looking for. And I'll give you, again, just a little example. If we've got a resident who came to us, was incredibly malnourished, underweight, and over a very short period of time we've been able to, increase that person's weight substantially, that's a great outcome. But to then be questioned on whether or not you have documented every single meal for that resident, to me, is not an effective way of looking at have we actually produced the right outcome for this person? Have they put on weight? Are they no longer malnourished?
And so is there any suggestions or differences that you would advise to the Commission perhaps that might be appropriate changes to the current requirements in that regard?
I think that there are some more objective measures that we can make, and I think that we need to have some greater guidelines that are consistent across assessors. It shouldn't matter who walks in that door, as to what I provide or not. Whereas right now, there is a lot of information that says, well, if this particular assessor walks in the door, this is the information that you need to have for them. That's ridiculous to me. We should all be able to provide the same level of evidence or, documentary evidence. The residents themselves should be able to tell their story, and that is, how we should be measured, not based on my own personal, belief system as an assessor.
And what are some of the objective measures you think might be appropriate?
Look, some of the things that are coming up in terms of the quality indicators, I think that's fantastic to start seeing. But it's a better recognition as well of observation, as I said, some observational practice rather than, a focus on doing a consumer experience report, for example. If you've got 70 or 80% or even 100% of your people who are living with dementia, a consumer experience report may not have as much, value as it's placed on in the current environment. So, yeah.
Turning to funding, in your statement you note your view that the aged care funding instrument provides a disincentive for reablement processes in residential aged care. Why do you hold this view?
Okay, so, and I think it's a widely held view, it's not just my personal view. The aged care funding instrument in its current form is based around disability. So the more that I have to do for somebody, the more I get paid. Whereas, and I talk about this quite often, it might take, if we have someone who's immobile, for example, and they're not able to move around freely on their own, they require assistance. To shower that person, because we're doing it for them, might only take 20 minutes or half an hour. But if you've got someone who's living with severe dementia, has a level of fear or for the water, or for the whole process, whatever it might be, it can take you an hour and a half to actually encourage and get that person to actually have a shower. And the whole time you're prompting and supervising them rather than hands-on assisting, and therefore, you don't get anywhere near the same level of funding. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yes, and what do you think could be changed in this regard to encourage better outcomes for your residents?
Well, I think, activity-based, something around time potentially. I mean, for me, one of the most important factors I think needs to start being taken into consideration and true recognition is if someone is living with a mental health diagnosis or with dementia, that there typically is more work around that person, if you like, to encourage them and to support them to do things for themselves. One of the other things that I, think is necessary in our funding system is if we don't get the front end right. So if we don't, support someone when they move into a new environment, for example, then we're never going to have a good journey for them, if you like, through that process. And so, when someone moves into residential aged care, and, I ask my team all the time, how would they feel? You've had your independence stripped away from you. You are moving from your own home or, your family's home into a community. And even though, in our environment, it's not 120 people you're living with, it's, only 6 other people, that's still a big deal, and that's a huge change for anyone to go through. And I just don't think that we provide enough, funding to actually recognise that there's a whole lot of work that's required at the beginning of that relationship to provide emotional support, to provide debriefing and counselling and, all of those things that actually allow a person to, express their grief and then move on in their life.
And finally, do you think that the model you have at New Direction is replicable?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we always did when we were developing the model was look to changing an industry. It's not just been about us as an organisation. And the reason we've done that is because we recognise that the industry does need to change, and needs to become more individualised. So we're actually licensing our model. It's almost a franchise, if you like, and we have a number of aged care operators that we're currently in discussion with that are very interested in taking on our model and emulating that in their own organisations. So absolutely, it does have that capacity to make a big change.
Thank you. No further questions for any commissioners.
Ms Chadwick, you're an invaluable resource for this commission because one of the things that we are looking at very earnestly is alternative models to the what you've described in your statement as traditional aged residential care, and you've seen how that type of care is provided. Mm-hmm. You have conducted years of research to develop an alternative model, which you've now succeeded in doing. From all accounts, including the evidence we've heard earlier today, it is working exceptionally well. Could I get you to walk us through the process that you had to engage in with a view to setting up Belmere, once you'd got to the point of being satisfied that it was a good alternative to the traditional system, and in particular how you funded it, where you turn to recruit staff, all those processes that led to the opening on day one?
Okay, there's a lot in that.
There
I
is.
will try and step through it. So, yes, the research, and I think I mentioned we piloted, our model, particularly the small house model, for a number of years, including the house companion role. So we, kept working on that role, if you like. How we funded it, we were, I've been in the industry for some time, as I said, and I think I was lucky that our bank, our financiers at the time were, and they still are, our financiers were, willing, if you like, to assist us to actually make that happen. And so, we funded it through debt funding through the bank, through personal equity and equity that we had established from operating some traditional aged care.
And
so,
to that end,
yeah.
you incorporated the vehicle that was going to run the operation.
Yes, that's correct.
And there'd be shareholders.
The only shareholder is myself.
And therefore it's a not-for-profit operation.
It's a private, profit.
Yes. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were explaining how you got the funding from banks and...
Yeah, so, pretty similar to, how you would be funded or get financing from, an institution for traditional care. We were able to demonstrate, if you like, to our financiers that we could, still provide a sustainable, financially viable model that would, pay them back that debt, if you like, just like you can with a traditional aged care environment. The building of the community, even though, it provides all of those services and it's a home and there are, kitchens in every house and laundries and so forth, the cost, the capital cost was actually no more than, actually building a traditional aged care environment. So, again, it's kind of like, well, why would you not do it this way? So just stepping through those things. In terms of operations, I have nothing can ever be achieved on your own. I have an incredible team of people that have, been on the journey with me and part of that process. And, we just always come back to our values. And that's pretty much how we, develop the recruitment process as well. So, we recruit on the basis of attitude and value. We put every single team member, no matter what their role, whether they're a manager, whether they're in lifestyle, whatever they're doing, they go through the same process. So there is psychometric testing, there's a lot of processes, and then we take them through a assessment centre. That assessment centre takes about 3 hours, and during that time we do a lot of observation. We actually set group tasks and individual tasks and things like that, and out of that we can determine whether or not that person has the values that we require to provide services to an elder, a vulnerable person.
You have a staffing model that differs from a number that we have heard about. We've heard repeated evidence about people in need, particularly in the small hours of the morning, pressing buzzers and not getting any sort of response, any timely response, because there's simply not enough staff engaged to do it, or they've otherwise tied up looking after somebody else, those sorts of things. Compare that with the vignette from Ms Scott in her evidence this morning about the 2 a.m. loud music being played in the next room, presses the buzzer, within 2 minutes there's a carer there, the music's gone and she's gone back to sleep. Mm-hmm. Now, your staffing model obviously is able to accommodate those sorts of things in a timely way. You have this institution of the Ms Joneses, house companions, which we've not heard of as a general feature within this industry, but all this has to be paid for.
Yes.
Am I right in thinking you're able to budget all this within the normal government support payments that come in respect of the residents of your institution?
So when we initially modelled our development and started the research, yes, certainly our feasibilities showed that. In recent times, because there has been quite a significant reduction in the level of funding to our industry, and as I explained before, the ACT fee is based on disablement, not enablement, which is our model. Our costs are pretty much the same, but we do not get the same level of income because of the way that the ACT fee is, unfortunately a disincentive. We make that up through, our other services, the local shop, the hairdressing salon, the GP clinic, the dental clinic, the wellness centre, and our cafe, and all of those services are available to our external community. So it's not something that, could typically be funded standalone. It will be. I have absolute confidence that the industry will get through, this crisis and the funding issue. As I said, I've been, in aged care for 25 years. I've seen that ebb and flow and the change. But, it does really need to look at the funding mechanisms because community expectations have changed dramatically in the last few years.
Could I ask you about another matter, and that is, I think 22% of your residents are younger than 65, and they are incorporated into the institution, one would seem, seamlessly. And as I understand your evidence, they're there, as in most of these cases, because there is no alternative out there in the community to cater for young people with the range of disabilities that exist and are now catered for in the aged care area. Firstly, could you tell us whether all or some of those who you were looking after, whilst being appreciative of what you're doing for them, would rather be elsewhere? And on the other hand, whether there are others who, given their choice, would stay with you?
Look, I think our model at least, supports a younger person in a different way, so that they're, more engaged with their community. And the fact that we have a number of people, around the same age also helps, so that we can have, the same interests and activity based around that. In real life, I think that probably the majority of the younger people that are living in an aged care environment would, if they had the choice, live elsewhere. But their first choice would be to live, on their own in, accommodation within their community. And the NDIS is just not able to support that in many, many cases. And that's why, we have younger people living in aged care. I can, say to you that having had that conversation with a number of our residents, from their perspective, well, they're better off being where they are. They love, living at Belmere. But yes, absolutely, if they had a choice and could go home and live on their own with, a carer, that would absolutely be.
And are you seeing this sort of emerging with, as more and more of these young people become eligible for the NDIS?
Look, our experience so far has been that the NDIS is not able to provide the level of accommodation that many people require that have been moved into an aged care environment. You're talking 24/7 care and independent accommodation. It's incredibly expensive. And so, many of our residents, they're now eligible, they're, currently have NDIS programs in place, but none of those programs have moved to accommodation. They've been on the basis that they stay living with us.
For your evidence today, Ms Chadwick. I just have one question around caring for people with high-end dementia.
Mm-hmm.
Virtually all of the evidence that we've had before us sees people with very high-end dementia placed in locked facilities and grouped together because we're advised that there needs to be a level of expertise and a level of safety used to protect those people. Your model is quite different. You blend those with dementia with other residents as part of the home environment. Why is your model better?
Difficult. One thing I think is because we see people as individuals. We don't believe that a diagnosis is who you are, and by having a focus on individual, the house companions and all of our team. In fact, it doesn't matter what your role is. You're trained in dementia care. And in responsive behaviours and in how to diffuse a situation. I think that's also, incredibly important and something that isn't necessarily talked about a lot. Our residents live together, yes. Sometimes there might be an altercation between two residents. What we pride ourselves on is, one, being able to diffuse that situation so that it doesn't escalate and become, something bigger than it needs to be. And two, being able to identify a particular person's triggers. If we put them in this situation, is what's going to happen. So, for example, we know some of our houses where a resident might react if there's a lot of people that come into that house. Then we talk to all of the families that are visiting that house, and they understand, the kind of behaviour that is expected of them, if you like. Knock on the door, be, respectful, and all of those kind of normal things that we do when we move into somebody else's home. And to the point where we might actually, if there is, some big activity happening in a house, take that person out of the house for that day and go somewhere else, so that we're, always mindful that a situation might put additional stress on that person. They can't express themselves in any other way than by, potentially acting out, which might have an impact on somebody else. And so, again, it's up to that recognition, that training that allows us to see that change in behaviour and get in front of it rather than be, following an incident.
Chadwick, thank you so much for your evidence. I should ask whether there's anything arising you wanted.
No, nothing arising, Commissioner.
Thank you very much for your evidence, and we will take what you've told us on board, because, as I said to you a minute ago, we're anxious to look forward and improve the quality of care that's offered to elderly people, and the new system that you have developed would seem to be a very good example of how that care can be improved, and your evidence has been very helpful to us in understanding how, in practical terms, that can work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you're excused from further attendance. Mr. Knowles, I think, has got a witness.
Thank you, Commissioners. I now now seek to call the next witness. The next witness is the subject of a pseudonym direction made by the Royal Commission on the 1st of July this year, such that the witness is to be referred to by the pseudonym Ms. F.A.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Now, Ms. F.A., you have prepared a statement for the Royal Commission dated the 4th of July 2019,
Yes,
and that is document WIT.0208.0001.0001.
yes,
Have you read your statement lately?
yes, I have.
Yes. Are there any changes you wish to make to the statement?
No,
And are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes, they are.
Seek to tender the statement of Ms F.A. Yes, the witness statement of F.A. dated the 4th of July 2019 will be Exhibit 6-54.
Now, Ms F.A., you have asked to read out your statement to the Royal Commission. You have referred to some photographs in your statement. They will be displayed as you read out your statement. Can I now ask you to proceed with the readout, please?
Yes. I live in regional Queensland. My dad is 85 years old and has resided in a residential aged care facility since 2017. Dad was born in Nanango, Queensland, and had two brothers. Dad was raised by his mother and stepfather on a farm in regional Queensland. In that time, Dad and one of his brothers bought the farm from their mum. Dad share farmed with his brother for many years. At different times there were dairy cows, pineapples, beans, tomatoes and beef cattle on the farm. Dad married Mum in 1957. Dad and his brothers and their wives had a dance band for a few years in the late 50s, and they played at various local dances. Dad also did many other jobs. He was a contractor with his own dozer in the 1970s, and he and his brother started a school bus run in 1967. My mother and auntie mostly drove the bus until it was sold around 1980. Around that time, a large portion of land nearby to the farm was subdivided, and Mum and Dad gained a lot of new neighbours. Dad was very community-minded and was often called upon for advice and assistance in community matters. Later in life, Dad took some lessons and became a landscape artist, and his very Australian art was quite popular locally. He also had his work in the Caloundra Art Gallery for some time. Mum and Dad sold the farm in 2004 and built a home on a portion of my property that had been subdivided for them. Dad did maybe one or two paintings after moving to town, but within a few years he started to forget how, and it became very frustrating for him. So he just potted around the garden most of the time. He loved his grandkids and enjoyed having 4 of them living next door and visiting him every day. He was a great storyteller, and the grandkids would always be asking him to tell them his stories. In June 2014, my father received a formal diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease. However, my father's memory had been slowly deteriorating for several years before the formal diagnosis was received. At that stage, in 2014, my father was still living in his own home with Mum. Following Dad's diagnosis of Alzheimer's, Mum held enduring power of attorney for Dad. Since March 2018, when my mother passed away, I, along with my 3 sisters, have held enduring power of attorney for our father. In July 2017, my father moved into a residential aged care at a facility in regional Queensland. Moved to aged care. Prior to his entry into residential aged care, my father was living with my mother in their own home next door to me. To the best of my knowledge, my father never had an age-related fall while he was living at home. This is despite the fact that he was always moving around, walking without an aid, doing little jobs like sweeping and chipping the garden. He rarely sat still, as in his mind there was always work that had to be done. Initially, my mother acted as my father's primary carer following his diagnosis. Dad had started receiving a home care package at a level 2 from October 2016. Prior to that, Dad was receiving assistance from community care from about January 2016, which entitled Dad to a carer for an hour once a week to provide respite and give Mum a break. From October 2016, under the level 2 HCP, Dad was having carers attend the house for showers 3 times per week, as well as to assist with meal preparation. Lawn mowing and basic cleaning were also provided on a less frequent basis. The home care Dad received under the HCP was fantastic. The carers were great with Dad and Mum loved having them around to help. When my mother's health started to seriously deteriorate in around October 2016, my sister and her husband moved up from Brisbane to live in the family home to help care for both Dad and Mum. In time, however, it became too difficult for my sister and her husband to continue in the primary carer role. Dad was declining mentally and really needed full-time care. Dad was very active, he loved being outdoors, and as a result he had a tendency to wander. I recall one time when my father was still living at home, he left his house and came into my house, into my bedroom at 3 a.m. in the morning and introduced himself to me. Eventually Mum, along with my sisters and I, had to make the decision to place our father into residential aged care. Due to Dad's tendency to wander, my sisters and I knew that it was necessary for Dad to have a room in a facility that had a secure unit. After waiting for close to a year for a place to become available in the facility of my family's choice, we ultimately accepted a place in a different residential aged care facility in July 2017. From my conversations with people since Dad entered residential aged care, it is apparent that in this town and no doubt many other areas in Australia, there is a lack of places available in secure facilities for people with dementia. Staff levels. My father was initially placed in the secure dementia unit of Facility 1. He remained there until he was moved to a less secure unit in June 2018. I would usually visit Dad about twice a week for about an hour or 2 in the mid-morning. My sisters would also usually drop by to visit Dad a couple of times a week and on the weekends. Generally, between all of us, there was someone visiting Dad most days. Often when I went to visit Dad while he was in the secure dementia unit, I would not see any staff on the floor. I recall one instance on the 8th of August 2017 when I went to visit Dad. I walked around the whole unit and could not find any staff member, nor could I hear any staff member in any resident's room. That day when I was leaving the facility, I approached an office staff member outside the unit and asked her if this time of day was staff changeover time. She very rudely replied words to the effect of, "Well, they're probably busy. We can't be expected to watch them 24/7. As I had not previously had much exposure to aged care facilities at this stage, and it was all fairly new to me, I just thought I was expecting too much, and this was just how it was. Resident incidents. Shortly after my father's admission to Facility 1, another dementia patient, a woman, took a romantic interest in my father and would walk my father around the facility both inside and out, holding his hand. The staff did not discourage this behaviour and indicated that this was the way she acted with all new male residents. My mother was still alive at the time, although due to Mum's declining health, she was not very mobile, so it was difficult for her to visit Dad at the facility. In any event, my sisters and I found the behaviour very inappropriate and had to ask the staff to actively discourage the woman from approaching my father. On or around the 25th of August 2017, I received a phone call from one of the staff to report to me an incident where my father had walked into another man's room, and this man, who had been a boxer in his younger years, grabbed my father and pinned him against the wall, threatening to punch him. Unwitnessed falls. On or around the 31st of August 2017, Dad had his first major fall at Facility 1. The fall was unwitnessed. I was advised via a phone call that staff found Dad on the floor and he seemed to be hurt. I was informed that staff had called an ambulance and had taken Dad to hospital. I recall being told by my sister, who was at the hospital with Dad, that he had broken ribs. At that time, Dad's Alzheimer's was at the stage where he couldn't communicate well and of course had no short-term memory. After a short stay in hospital, Dad returned to Facility 1. He was confined to a wheelchair and could not feed himself as he could not lift his arms. It was obvious to me that even small movements were painful for Dad. On the 4th of September 2017, I phoned the facility to check on Dad and was advised that due to his pain, an urgent request had been made for stronger pain medication. I assumed Dad would receive the medication straight away, however was subsequently informed that the medication had to come from the facility's pharmacy located at a distance, and Dad did not receive the medication until 7 p.m. After this incident, my sisters and I ordered all of Dad's medication was to come from a local pharmacy of our choice, who actually delivered it to the facility for no extra charge. When I went to visit Dad, he was often still in bed with no stimulation. Dad was never a TV watcher, so there was not even a television in his room to entertain him. On the 6th of September 2017, I received a phone call from a staff member at Facility 1 to inform me that although Dad's bed was as low as it could go, which was a distance of approximately 30 centimetres from the floor, Dad had been found on the floor. I was informed that Dad had no obvious injuries from the fall. Earlier that day, when visiting Dad, one of my sisters had also been advised by staff at the facility that Dad had developed some watery blisters on his heels. On or around the 10th of September 2017, another of my sisters visited Dad, and there was a thin mat that had been placed on one side of Dad's bed and a thicker mat placed on the other side. These mats had been set up as Dad was continuing to move off his bed onto the floor. Around this time, the staff at Facility 1 had also asked whether they could leave Dad on the mat on the floor beside the bed between meals and then give him pain relief before getting him back into bed to feed him. One of my sisters approved the request. On the 9th of October 2017, around 6 weeks after his first fall, I received a phone call from a staff member at Facility 1 who told me that Dad had had another fall. I was told that the fall had been witnessed by a staff member and another visitor at the facility. I was told that Dad was seated in a wheelchair at a table with a carer. The carer left the room, and in her absence, Dad had stood up and attempted to walk. I was told that the staff member and visitor present witnessed my dad take a few steps from his chair, but they were too far away to prevent the fall, and so Dad stumbled and fell. Before this fall, one of my sisters had told me that she had alerted the staff that she had witnessed Dad standing up from the wheelchair and his legs were trapped between the footrest and the chair. The wheelchair footrests were a trip hazard, and in my father's case, where he was known to wander or attempt to wander, the footrests on his chair should have been removed or swung to the side. Due to this fall, Dad was admitted to hospital. X-rays taken at the hospital revealed Dad had a broken femur from the fall, and he had damaged the hip replacement he had undergone years earlier. While at the hospital with my dad, one of my sisters was told that Dad had untreated or very poorly treated pressure sores on his heels. Neither I nor my sisters had been made aware that Dad's watery blisters had deteriorated into pressure sores. When I visited Dad at the facility, Dad was usually covered by a sheet or blanket. Certainly the matter of pressure sores had not been brought to our attention prior to Dad's hospital admission for his broken leg. Upon Dad's return to Facility 1, I observed that the staff used cushioned booties on my father's feet. As far as I know, the facility acted promptly to treat the pressure sores on Dad's return from hospital, and his pressure sores fully healed. One of my sisters was also told by staff at the hospital that physiotherapy had been arranged to occur at the facility. My sisters and I understood that to mean that on his return to the residential facility, rehabilitation physio would be provided to Dad. When Dad was finally assessed by a physiotherapist at Facility 1, I was told there would be limited point in Dad having physio, as at this stage of his Alzheimer's he could not follow instruction well enough to make any worthwhile progress. Dad was now bedbound and had to be hoisted into a bed chair to get him out of bed. Within 3 months of being admitted to residential aged care, our Dad had gone from being an active and able-bodied man to being bedridden and unable to even feed himself. Personal care. On one occasion, within the first month or two of Dad's entry into Facility 1, I visited my father at around 9:30 a.m. He was still in his night clothing and had a very full incontinence pad on. The room reeked of urine. The carers had just entered his room to get him ready for the day. From my observations of visiting Dad at the aged care facility, it was common for my dad not to be attended to by staff until 9 a.m. or later. I attended a case conference sometime in late 2017, early 2018, with the facility's head nurse, Dad's doctor and family members. I recall Dad's doctor specifically requested that Dad be taken out of bed at least every second day. However, I continued to notice that Dad was often left in bed all day. Dad would try to get up himself and end up falling onto the floor beside the bed. I was concerned that my father could be left lying on the floor for hours. I am aware that my sister inquired with the staff about attaching bed rails to my father's bed so that the sides of his bed would be raised and he could not easily fall out. My sister was told that the facility was not allowed to use bed rails as the residents could get caught up in them. It was not unusual for me to visit Dad and notice that his pants were soiled with faeces. On one occasion, in about August 2017, one of my sisters told me that she had visited Dad and he had soiled pants on. She said that she found a carer and advised the carer of this, and the carer said that Dad had just been changed and that he was only supposed to use 3 pads per day. My sister lodged a formal complaint with the head office of Facility 1 about that incident. My sister was subsequently advised by the head nurse in an email that if Dad needed to be changed, the facility would supply additional pads. During another hospital stay in late 2018, when my father was admitted to hospital, he seemed a lot brighter and could at times verbally communicate in a way that he could be understood. My sister told me that Dad one day said to her while she was visiting him at the hospital that he was sick of sitting in his own shit. Dad's move out of the secure unit. In June 2018, my father moved to a different unit in Facility 1. I was told by staff that he no longer needed to be in the secure unit. I understood this to be because of his decreased mobility. One of the most distressing incidents that I witnessed occurred at the facility on the 21st of December 2018. I went to visit my father at around 9:15am, and walking through the facility to his room, I did not see any staff. Upon entering Dad's room, I found him half off the bed, his upper body on the floor, tilted downwards with his weight on his painful shoulder, in which he had suffered chronic pain for many years. The drop to the floor was about 30 centimetres. Dad was in his nightgown with a bib on and foul-smelling pants which looked to be very full of urine. Dad was lying on the floor in his own filth, unable to call out for help and looking very distressed. I knew I would not be able to get him up on my own, so I rushed out to find someone to help. There was a staff member at the sink washing up. When I asked if she was a carer and said that my father needed someone to attend to him urgently, she replied with words to the effect that, "I am new and I don't know what to do. The other carer is on her tea break." The carer and I went back into the room, and the carer rang the emergency buzzer for assistance and left the room. While she was out of the room, I took a photo of my father in this position. 4 people then entered the room, and the first thing the main carer said was, "Well, that was a short break." She told me that she had fed my dad around 9am and left him to go on her break and was going to come back to get him changed and dressed for the day. My father could have been left in that position for up to 20 minutes. I spoke to a nurse at the facility shortly after I witnessed this incident, and she informed me that she had found my father in the same position a couple of days prior, and it seemed that when he had soiled his pants, he would try to get out of bed. Despite this observation, the facility did not make any changes to my father's care routine. I emailed the clinical nurse following this incident and requested that a sensor mat be put on Dad's bed. Eventually, a sensor mat was arranged for Dad's bed. However, one of my sisters told me that one time she was visiting Dad, the sensor was malfunctioning and sounding the alarm repeatedly for no reason. The head nurse from Facility 1 emailed me and apologised that I had to see my father like that, and made the excuse that the staff must have been attending to another resident, which I pointed out to her in a reply email was not the case. I received no further communication from her about the incident. Personally, I found her comments extremely insensitive. It made me think that there had likely been other times that Dad had been found in similar situations that we hadn't seen or been informed of. In February 2019, one of my sisters went to visit Dad at approximately 1:30pm. Dad was still in bed at that time, and my sister told me that she noticed that Dad's fingernails were very dirty and untrimmed, and there was an accumulation of dried food around some of the quicks of his nails. Dad was scratching at his incontinence pants and trying to lean forward, and when my sister went to assist him, she found that the sheet behind his back was saturated and the pillow behind his lower back was wet and urine-stained. His incontinence pants were still securely on him and should have been changed half an hour prior, but obviously had not been changed for quite some time since they had leaked substantially. My sister was so upset she took a photo of my father's wet urine-stained pillow. She also took a photograph of his fingernails that day. My sister told me that she asked staff to assist. However, I went to see Dad 2 days later and I had to again ask the staff for Dad's nails to be trimmed and cleaned. Moved to a different aged care facility, Facility 2. Due to what my sisters and I perceived was inadequate care being provided to our father at the facility he had resided in since July 2017, I was making attempts to secure a place for our dad in the original facility of our choice. We applied on behalf of our father for admission to a facility, Facility 2, where Dad had been in respite previously in early 2017. We were happy with Dad's care during his respite stay at Facility 2. After I found Dad on the floor on the 21st of December 2018, that same day I approached Facility 2 and showed the admissions staff the photos as evidence of Dad's lack of care. The admissions person advised me to keep calling every week or two just to see whether anything was becoming available. From December 2018, I made regular phone calls to Facility 2, asking them to keep Dad in mind for a place. After approximately 2 months, we were offered a room for Dad, and he was moved to Facility 2 within 10 days. On the 11th of March 2019, our father was transferred to Facility 2, which has a beautiful gardens and a large bird aviary for the residents to enjoy. As Facility 2 is closer to my home, I'm usually there visiting about 4 times a week. I often pop in on my way to or from somewhere. There are always staff available and often volunteers as well attending to the 46 residents. I specifically called the facility to ask about staffing and was told that on a morning there are 11 clinical staff on duty and 8 in the afternoons. At Dad's previous facility, I would rarely see a nurse, usually just 2 or occasionally 3 carers for approximately 20 residents. The registered nurse in charge of Dad's wing at Facility 2 is in an office at the entrance to the building, and I have observed that her door is often left open. The staff offices in Dad's wing have glass fronts. The nurse told me that she occasionally wheels Dad outside the unit and she can watch him from her office through the glass doors. Dad loves being outside. The day that my father was moved to Facility 2, the registered nurse on duty asked me if Dad was always like this, referring to his semi-conscious state, to which I replied yes, mostly. The staff at Facility 2 informed me that the care notes that came with Dad from the old facility indicated that he had been chemically restrained. The nurse at Facility 2 actually showed the notes to me. When I visited Dad the following day, the staff told me how much better he was than the previous day and that he had called out my name and was asking about me. Instead of mumbling incoherently, which had become normal for him at the previous facility, Dad's speech has become much clearer and he is responding to questions, and I often observe him interacting with staff. Dad's personality has started showing through the dementia. I see that staff take Dad out into the garden. The nurse told me recently that they took Dad to a show at the facility and he said, "Tell them I love it." When I visit, Dad's face and fingernails are clean. He is shaved almost every day and never looks unkempt. Within the first week of Dad being in Facility 2, I visited him and I thought to myself, he looks like Dad again. He looks relaxed and happy. I see that he often gives staff members a big smile. Dad can still say a few words, and I see that he tries to have a joke with staff. He is much more responsive to me when I visit him now, as compared to how he was at the previous facility. Physiotherapy. Along with the basic daily fee and means-tested fee, Dad pays an extra charge of $19 per day at Facility 2, which gives him access to extra services, including activities, entertainment, massage and allied health services. The admission staff at Facility 2 explained all of this to us at the outset. My sisters and I were willing to pay extra if it meant better care for Dad. Facility 2 has an allied health department. I was told by the nursing staff that my father is receiving physiotherapy, including massage 4 times a week. From my observations, Dad has significantly more movement in his limbs. Prior to residing in Facility 2, Dad had quite severe curling of his hands. However, Dad can now open his hands and they aren't clenched tightly like they used to be. Dad is able to lift his arms above his head now. Facility 2 has musical entertainment several days a week, which Dad attends and enjoys. Prior to my father entering Facility 2, the nurse in charge asked me if we would like to have bed rails. This is a request that I and my sisters had made at the previous facility, but were told that bed rails were not allowed for health and safety reasons. The nurse at Facility 2 told me that bed rails are quite standard. We agreed to the use of covered bed rails to reduce Dad's risk of falls. Dad has not had any issues with the covered bed rails since he has been residing in Facility 2. Medication. I recently spoke with the nurse in charge of my father's wing at Facility 2 about medication. I commented that I had noticed that no sedatives had been ordered for Dad since he has been at Facility 2. The nurse replied to me words to the effect that he doesn't need them and he won't be getting any at this time, as they should not be used routinely. Observations on Dad's care in residential aged care. It is unacceptable that an active, physically fit man could enter an aged care facility to be cared for in his last years and within 3 months be permanently bedridden from injuries sustained while unsupervised. The older generation deserves better than this, and my father, who is paying the maximum amount for his care, certainly deserved better. I believe that minimum staff to resident ratios, especially taking into account high care areas like dementia units, is required.
Thank you, Ms. F.A. Is there anything else that you would wish to tell the Royal Commission?
No, that's all.
CFA, thank you very much for sharing that account with us. The Commission has been hearing good stories and bad stories about the quality of care available to elderly citizens, and your evidence has covered both categories. It can be done well, and it needs to be done well.
Yes.
We thank you very much for sharing those experiences with us.
Thank you.
The Commission will adjourn until 1:30. Yes, Mr Rosen.
Commissioners, the last 4 witnesses that we'll hear from in the Darwin Cairns hearings, as we've dubbed these hearings, are a panel of 4 that the Commissioners can see, all of whom have nursing backgrounds. If the witnesses could please be sworn or affirmed.
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. If I could now reverse the order, if I may, and start with you, Ms Green. Could you please state your full name for the transcript?
Sandy Marie Green.
And Ms Green, you are a registered nurse and an endorsed nurse practitioner.
Correct.
And you've worked in the aged care, sorry, I'll withdraw that. You work presently as a self-employed nurse practitioner in the aged care sector.
I do.
And you've in fact worked in the aged care sector since 1990,
Yes.
starting off as a laundry assistant.
Correct.
You've worked as a personal care attendant,
Yes.
as a registered nurse,
Yes.
now as a nurse practitioner.
Correct.
You're the living embodiment of the career path that we've been talking about these last 6 months.
Yes.
You obtained your nursing practitioner qualification in 2010,
Yes.
and I'll ask you a little bit more in a moment about the role of a nurse practitioner, but it involved doing a Masters of Nursing,
Yes.
a postgraduate qualification.
Masters of Nursing Nurse Practitioner.
Yes, and where did you, at which institution did you do that?
Curtin University in Perth.
Right, thank you. And you also have a postgraduate diploma in nursing, nurse practitioner.
Yes.
And for the Royal Commission, you've made a witness statement dated the 25th of June 2019.
Yes.
You have a copy of that in front of you, I see, and it will also appear on the screen to your left. It's wit.0191.0001.00001. Have you had an opportunity to read through that before giving your evidence today?
Yes.
And is there anything in it that you'd like to change?
No,
Are its contents true and correct?
they are.
Now, I'll tender the witness statement of Ms Green, Commissioners.
Yes, the witness statement of Sandy Marie Green dated the 25th of June 2019 will be Exhibit 6-55.
Thank you, Commissioners. Turning to you, Ms Raguse, could you please state your full name for the transcript?
Angela Regers.
Regers.
However
sorry.
you pronounce it's fine.
Okay, thank you. And you're also a registered nurse by training,
Yes,
having completed a Bachelor of Applied Science in Nursing in 1993. You also have a Masters of Business Administration that you completed in 2007.
that's correct.
And you have initially worked as a registered nurse in a hospital setting 1993 to 1994.
That's correct.
Yes, for the transcript you have to answer. And you, since 1994, have been employed at Hammond Care
Correct.
in various roles, both clinical, operational and leadership.
That's correct.
And your present role is General Manager, Residential Care.
Yes,
And how many residents are there that you look after in that role, look after in the broad sense?
approximately 1,300.
You are also, in 2017 and 2018, a member of the Department of Health Special Dementia Care Unit Expert Advisory Group.
That's correct.
And you have also made a witness statement for the Royal Commission dated the 14th of June 2019.
Yes,
Do you have a copy in front of you?
I do.
And it's also on the screen, wit.0237.0001.00001. Is there anything in your statement that you'd like to change?
No.
And are its contents true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Tender the statement of Ms Raggers.
Yes, the witness statement of Angela Raggers dated the 14th of June 2019 will be Exhibit 6-56.
Dr Dwyer, if I can turn to you, please, and could you state your full name for the transcript?
Drew Darren Dwyer.
Thank you. And Dr Dwyer, you're a consultant nursing gerontologist.
Correct.
And you also have extensive experience in aged care dating back to 1986.
Yes.
You hold a range of qualifications, which I won't read out, but they are listed in paragraph 3 of your witness statement.
Yes.
And they include a nursing degree,
Yes.
various aged care certificates,
Yes.
and a PhD in evidence-based healthcare.
Correct.
The PhD topic, the thesis topic, are you able to help us?
My PhD topic was empowering and educating registered nurses to become clinical leaders in a residential aged care setting.
Thank you. You're a fellow of the Australian College of Nursing.
I am.
And you represent the college as a committee member on the Australian Industry Skills Council for enrolled nurse qualifications.
Correct.
You're also an adjunct associate professor at the University of Queensland School of Nursing.
Yes.
And for the Royal Commission, you've made a witness statement dated the 24th of May 2019.
Yes.
And that's WIT.0192.0001.0001. Is there anything in your statement you'd like to change, Dr Dwyer?
No, thank you.
And are its contents true and correct?
They are.
I tender the statement of Dr Dwyer, Commissioners.
Yeah, the witness statement of Dr Drew Darren Dwyer dated 24 May 2019 will be Exhibit 6-57.
Thank you. And I should have added there, Dr Dwyer, that you're actually a student of our next witness to your left.
I was.
Right. Which brings us to you, Dr Abbey. You are retired.
I am.
At least semi-retired, anyway.
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
All
yes.
right. You act as a voluntary consultant to Pain Check.
Yes.
Can you tell us what Pain Check is?
Pain Check is a phone app that has a facial recognition part of the app. So you take a photograph of a person and that can diagnose whether their face is showing pain, and then all the other parts are the kind of questions we had in the Abbey Pain Scale, which are filled in electronically so that they can be all recorded at the point of care.
You also act as a volunteer on-site educator in aged care facilities.
Yes.
You are also, by qualification, a registered nurse.
Yes.
And you also have a PhD.
Yes.
You're also a fellow of the Australian College of Nursing.
Yes.
And you have worked in aged care in various roles since 1967.
Yes.
In both Australia and the United Kingdom.
Yes.
All right.
All the panel members informed me they weren't even born then.
Yes, it's a bit disturbing, I suppose. And you are, and have been for some time, the first Professor of Nursing in aged care in Australia.
I was.
And where was that? What institution were you?
I was a joint appointment between Prince Charles Hospital and QUT.
Right, thank you. And you are, of course, the author of the Abbey Pain Scale.
I am.
Used in many residential aged care facilities to assess pain for people with dementia who are unable to verbalise. Is the Pain Check app that you told us about a moment ago a sort of modernised version of the Abbey Pain Scale?
Yes, it is.
I see.
It's not exactly a modernised version of the Abbey Pain Scale. We can't say that, otherwise there are legal complications. So it stands alone.
Yes.
But it is very similar to the Abbey Pain Scale.
And you'll be pleased to know that we've heard a lot of evidence about the Abbey Pain Scale in the course of the Royal Commission. And for the Commission, you made a witness statement dated the 20th of June 2019.
I did.
And that is WIT.0193.0001.0001. Have you had a chance to read through your statement before giving evidence? And is there anything you'd like to change?
No, thank you.
And are its contents true and correct?
They are.
Right. I attend to the statement of Dr Abbey, Commissioners.
Yes, the witness statement of Dr Jennifer Ann Abbey dated the 20th of June 2019 will be Exhibit 6-58.
Now, you're obviously a collectively a very, very experienced panel, and we're very grateful to have the opportunity to hear from you this afternoon. What I'd like to start by doing is to relay to you a summary, hopefully a fair one, of some of the evidence the Commission's heard, some of the themes that have come through the evidence, and I'll ask you to comment successively in general terms about that evidence. The evidence is to this effect, that Australians are entering residential aged care on average at an older age than was the case, say, 10 or 20 years ago. Generally speaking, they are more frail than their counterparts of that time, and they suffer from a range of comorbidities, often and more often with an overlay of dementia. We've heard evidence from witnesses that high care has become the norm in the residential aged care sector. At the same time, we've heard evidence that the proportion of the care workforce in residential aged care has seen a decline in nursing staff as a proportion overall, with personal care workers performing and being expected to perform often more clinically complex work, which is at the very least at the edges of their competence, and we've heard that in a couple of the case studies that we've had in these hearings. We've also heard some evidence that the competency of those nurses who are working in the aged care sector is perhaps not as high as it could be, and may even be declining. Those two bits of the evidence strike many people in the community, one would imagine, as somewhat counterintuitive, that at a time when you've got increasing acuity, you've got a declining proportion of the workforce as registered nurses. So my question, perhaps starting with you, Dr. Abbey, is if you accept that that's an accurate overview of the what's happened to our aged care system in the past 20 years, then the question that arises is how has that been allowed to occur?
It's a very difficult question to answer. Since I've been in the business, so to speak, for many years, it has changed enormously from what was, if you like, a cottage industry, from small organisations often run by ex-nurses, converted houses, to complete corporatisation. And now we've got what seems to be, to many people, a profit-driven, industry-driven organisation that is employing people on very low wages. In the old days, we really had people who cared, who came to work because that was the job they wanted to do. Now, unfortunately, we seem to get people who come to work because they can't do anything else, and profit seems to be a motive rather than caring.
Thank you. Dr. Dwyer, you have also extensive experience in the aged care sector. You've written widely, you've trained, you're regularly in residential aged care facilities. That description I gave of the trends, is that something that resonates with you, that is an accurate description of what's been going on?
Yes, of course. My personal opinion is that slowly and gradually there's been a undertow to systematically just remove a majority of the clinical focus that was undertaken inside a traditional nursing home, predominantly run by nurses and organised and managed by nurses, with distinct frameworks and sciences behind how they addressed the holistic practice to deliver care to frail and vulnerable and elderly people. And step by step, as Dr. Abbey says, that as it became more move and transition out of cottage industry mentality and move to corporatisation, of course expense plays a role, and hand in hand with this is the social move towards people's choices, decisions, their rights and responsibilities, and they've negated themselves away from what is known as evidence-based healthcare and the decision-making or the clinical inference we use when looking after people who are chronically comorbid and frail and probably on a trajectory towards end of life. Nursing home, as a tradition as its name, has now been formally changed to an RACF, and of course that has removed the terms such as patient and such as nurse and nursing home, and it's now a residential care facility, which is more or less operating in different models of hotel services and more rather than living in accommodation than general care and nursing responsibility.
Plenty for us to come back to in those observations, I think. Ms. Raguse, your perspective is obviously somewhat different. Dr. Abbey and Dr. Dwyer are on the outside in a sense, whereas you are very much within a particular approved provider, and we've heard some evidence already in the Commission about Hammond Care and have a general understanding of how it operates. From your perspective, is the summary of the evidence that I gave about the trends something that you've experienced, or is your experience somewhat different to that?
Yeah, my personal experience is different to that.
Yes.
And it is fair to say that that comes from being within one provider.
Yes.
But as a registered nurse, my role started with Hammond Care as a registered nurse, and I recall that I had sole responsibility for 41 people that I was caring for at that time. And since my time starting, we've increased the number of registered nurse hours across those facilities. And that goes to even, in the last 5 years, it's been an increasing number. My view is that it's the role of the registered nurse that isn't as clear as what it should be. And it's how our registered nurse staff are maximising their clinical potential rather than being all things to all people within a system, from roster managers to budget controllers to ordering stock to deciding whether or not the care staff in the tea room need to be reprimanded for their behaviour. The role of the nurse, I believe, should focus on what that clinical expertise brings rather than doing it all.
If I can just follow up one aspect of that, those supervisory managerial type roles, are they performed by registered nurses at Hammond Care, or are they a sort of separate manager role?
In some instances. So we have registered nurse managers in some instances.
Yes.
We have clinical care managers, which are those people that really focus on those clinical systems, the governance that comes with those clinical systems.
Yes.
But in terms of leading and managing across those services, no, they're not all registered nurses. And I think it is that idea that just because somebody is technically competent as a nurse, within this industry, what I have seen is that automatically leads people to believe that they are also good leaders. And that's not necessarily the case. And so it's about focusing on what does the business need, but what do people need who are receiving care, and where does the nurse's role fit best within that?
Right. Thank you. We will come back to a couple of those points too. Ms Green, you, like our first two speakers, are in a sense on the outside, in that you're not embedded in a particular provider. You provide services to a range of providers.
I provide services to 13 facilities.
Yes.
But what I am seeing is that the qualified staff is very limited. So then now you've got trained staff that have just completed university, whether Division 2 or Division 1, being in charge of 30 people. They haven't got the knowledge or the training to deal with the staffing issues, the rostering issues, and directing personal care workers to complete tasks. They just haven't got the knowledge to do it, and they've been put in that position.
Can I just clarify, you said you've got registered nurses looking after 30 people. Do you mean 30 residents or 30 employees, care workers?
Can I say that there's one RN
Yes.
that may look after 30 people, but also in the afternoon they'll look after 120. So if that one RM on an AM shift that I've seen at facilities will look after 30 residents,
Yes.
plus this personal care workers, and then if it's in the afternoon, one RN will look after 3 team leaders, which is a registered nurses Division 2,
Yes.
then all the personal care workers.
I should ask you just a little bit more about your experience. Do you do all your work in one particular state?
In state.
Yeah, where is it that you're doing this work?
Victoria.
In Victoria.
Yes.
The 13 facilities that you work for, how does that work? Are you on call, or how does it work?
I don't work for any particular facility. I am a subcontractor to a doctor, to 11 doctors.
Yes.
We have patients at 13 facilities.
Right.
That I provide service together with the GP.
Okay, thank you. You work effectively in a small team with the GPs.
Correct.
Right. As a subcontractor to the GPs or to the facilities?
To the GPs.
Right. Okay. Thanks. I'll ask you a little bit more about the role of GPs, but before I do that, I'd like to ask you, Ms. Green, some questions about nurse practitioners, because we have had a little bit of evidence in the Commission about, or from nurse practitioners, but we've not really had much evidence about them and what they do and so on. So I thought it would be a good opportunity to ask you. Obviously, a nurse practitioner, you have to be a registered nurse in the first place.
Correct.
And you need to do postgraduate qualifications.
A master's.
A master's. Is it demanding in your experience?
Very much so.
Right. It presumably it's a practical based, clinically based master's.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And what does that involve?
In my role, I actually look at the acute and chronic illnesses of the residents.
Yes.
And then I can also, it's basically the acute and chronic and palliative care, education. It's a lot on education,
Right.
families and staff. And
Okay. Do you have a specialty in gerontology or geriatric
Yes.
nurse practitioner? And is that because of a particular qualification you have, or is that experience-based?
experience-based.
Right. And how much experience have you had in working as a nurse practitioner, specifically in aged care?
As a nurse practitioner, 9 years.
Yes.
In aged care, I've had 26.
More, yes, indeed. And in your experience, is that model that you work in, where you're subcontracting to general practitioners and doing rounds effectively,
Yes.
seeing patients in particular facilities? I take it you don't see all of the residents at a given
No.
facility, just some?
Unless a doctor has asked me if I can review their patient, because I work with one doctor, but if another clinic
Yes.
doctor has asked me, Sandy, can you review my patient? I'll be happy to do that.
Okay. And that model of working as a nurse practitioner, is that common in the aged care sector?
No,
It's not.
no.
Are there other models? For example, we heard from Professor Gonski in the Darwin hearings about his geriatric flying squads in Sydney.
Yes.
And he told us that part of the model he uses is to have a squad essentially headed by a geriatrician with a registrar and then a couple of nurse practitioners. And he spoke glowingly, I must say, about the nurse practitioners. You'll be pleased to know. But he described that as being a terrific model for doing that sort of work. Have you had any experience of that in your work?
I believe our model that we've put in place
Yes.
works very effectively.
Right.
Because the staff can call me when there is a problem, and then I can gather the assessment and implement the appropriate treatment or education or whatever it may be before they call the GP.
Are there, to your knowledge, nurse practitioners who are employed in a particular residential aged care facility?
I believe that there is one.
Right. In Victoria?
In Victoria.
Okay. We heard from a nurse practitioner in the Perth hearings at Mr Cohen, and he told us, he's based in Sydney, he told us that he was part of a group of nurse practitioners, particularly specialising in palliative care, who had a network. Do you also network with other nurse practitioners?
Yes.
And is that done formally or informally? How does that work?
There is a formal meeting that they conduct every 3 months.
Right.
And then there's also the Nurse Practitioner Forum, the College of Nurse Practitioners.
Yes.
as well that we communicate.
I should have asked you this at the outset, but the concept of a nurse practitioner is a relatively recent phenomenon.
It has been, as I've been a nurse practitioner for 9 years.
Yes.
And then also probably 3 years before, there was another three nurse practitioners. So we have been around, but I think that there's just not enough education with staff, with nurses, with families, even with the residents. As I said, every day I am providing education on what a nurse practitioner does, because I've got families that will say, are you capable of looking after my parents? So I have to explain, yes, I am.
Yep. We all know what nurses do, we all know what doctors do.
Yes.
There's a lot of ignorance about the nurse practitioner, is there?
Definitely, and that's not just from families, that's from government bodies and from a lot of other people. So I think we need to get education out there on what a nurse practitioner does.
Yes. I can guess the answer to the next question, which is, do you think there are enough nurse practitioners in aged care?
No, because they need to lift the restrictions. There's so many restrictions. If they're lifted,
yes,
then we can act independently and provide the best possible care for our patients.
All right. We've heard that some of the things that distinguish a nurse practitioner from a nurse are the ability to prescribe medicines, for example.
Basically, diagnose,
Yes.
prescribe, refer, follow up on diagnostics tests, implement treatment, educate families and other nurses.
Yes.
Yeah.
You said refer. By that, I take it you mean you can refer a patient to a specialist in the way that a GP would?
Correct.
You mentioned in your statement that that's all well and good in theory, but doesn't necessarily work so well in practice?
No, because when I refer a patient to a dermatologist or a cardiologist, I put it under my name, I put my provider number down, and the correspondence doesn't come back to me. It goes directly to the GP. So when I eventually find out, if they've been to the appointment, what was the outcome, I have to look in that patient's file to see what the cardiologist has implemented.
Right. Have you had also the experience of specialists refusing referrals from you because you're not a GP?
Yes, I've had several phone calls that will ring me up and say that I can't accept your referral because you're not a doctor. And I, again, providing them with the education that, yes, I am a nurse practitioner, yes, I am allowed to refer, I have got a provider number, my referrals are 12 months, they're valid, and sometimes they accept it, sometimes they don't.
The statement that you've made to the Commission also includes a description of some other legal and practical impediments that are in the way. For example, you inform us that whilst you are able to prescribe certain medicines,
correct,
that prescription is not necessarily honoured by the PBS system, in the sense that the subsidy that would be available if a GP prescribed those medicines doesn't apply when you do.
Because in Victoria, we've got medication formularies. We're the only state that has them. And on my medication formulary, it says, for instance, glaucoma preparation. So, yes, I'm not going to initiate. It would be the ophthalmologist. But for an aged care person, I should be allowed to continue and maintain their medication charts and their pressures in their eyes. But the PBS won't allow me to do that.
Thank you. Ms Raguse, do you have any practical experience of nurse practitioners working at Hammond Care?
Well, Hammond Care does actually benefit from the geriatric flying squads that were described by Dr. Gonski. So in that context... Indirectly, yes. We certainly have. But in terms of employing a nurse practitioner or having them attached to the local GP services, it hasn't been my experience that they've been available. I don't think there's enough of them in the system. And I do concur that I think some of the barriers to the practice or misunderstanding of how the practice can work has meant that we don't have as many in aged care as what we perhaps could.
Do you think it would be more beneficial from Hammond Care's point of view to have more nurse practitioners working in the sector?
Absolutely. Be very happy to have nurse practitioners come and provide services.
Yeah. Dr. Dwyer, from the point of view of career paths within aged care, do nurse practitioners have a place in your view?
Oh, absolutely. There's quite a bit of evidence has been written and produced by several nursing professors who are heavily involved in the identity and the structural framework for nurses to be structured. So nurse practitioner at the top, registered nurse with a degree, registered nurse general, enrolled nurse, and then care workers in an aged care setting specifically. But I do, in my travels and work in every state, come across nurse practitioners in facilities that are established with organisations.
Yes.
The difference between those organisations as far as multidisciplinary case management goes is completely different to those organisations that don't have them. And the essence of the role of that nurse practitioner in an organisation is to be the leading clinician of that multidisciplinary team, particularly to take on a lot of the collaboration with the general practitioners when it's necessary, but to try and educate the nurses underneath them, specifically to facilitate the end-to-end care as a case management through a multidisciplinary team. So they become quite essential, they become quite pinnacle at the top of the food chain of nursing, and they do have a lot of influence over policy and practice because they ground themselves very strongly in evidence, and particularly around geriatric medicine, which is a complex science.
I'll come back to that last observation in a moment. I wouldn't mind asking you a little bit more though about the role of the nurse practitioner in those facilities where, in your experience, they're part of the clinical governance arrangements. If I've understood your evidence correctly, what are the benefits from the point of view of the quality of clinical care that's provided in those facilities of having a nurse practitioner that is at that top of the food chain, as you described?
What happens is, much like GPs, nurse practitioners do endless hours. It's a professional give to the industry and to the patient, the subservient leadership. But it makes a point of contact at all times for the different interdisciplines of the team. They've got someone to refer to immediately, someone who's directly allocated to the service and to the patient or the person, the resident's outcome. And so there's no lacking in communication. There's less time wasted in prescriptions, in getting directives, getting diagnoses, setting up case conferencing, and more specifically in taking transitions towards palliative approach and setting up the right care paradigm or platform to work in that makes everybody comfortable. So having a nurse practitioner on site or in a service, whether it be a group of service where they're sharing that practitioner, it gives very clear direct lines of communication, it gives nice authority and directive, and it also establishes stronger trust with the person who's getting the care and the team who deliver the care. So that is very central to the clinical leadership of that nursing process.
This week and last week, the Commission has heard some case studies where issues concerning clinical governance have arisen, that is particularly board oversight within an approved provider of clinical decision making. I take it from the evidence you've just given, if I've understood you correctly, that where nurse practitioners are either working full-time in a facility or, as you said, are shared amongst facilities, that they provide a good conduit, do they, between the on-the-floor care workers and the senior management and board level of providers?
Yeah, not necessarily to a board level. I mean, if you look at clinical governance in an aged care setting across any of the sectors or any of the business operations, the board, it should be a tiered approach. The board should be sitting at the top tier, looking at the governance, the legalities and integrated governance. And then you would have a second tier, which is clinical governance committee. It would be a number of people in the service that have specialty. Yes, a nurse practitioner would sit there as probably the chief clinician of the service. Then there'd be a chief WHS, a general management chief, a quality management chief, and that board of people or group of people is a committee, and more than likely you'd have a resident representative, an advocate sitting there as well, looking at the governance, the integrated governance and the quality issues that sit within a service around its policies, procedures, its processes and its quality management of care. Then down on the front line, you have the third tier, and that is the people who deliver the service, the multidisciplines, and they range from everything from carers and hospitality staff up into the nursing platforms and, of course, allied health professionals that sit. Predominantly, the best practice of modelling for this is nurse-led model of clinical leadership. And that is evident in most of the evidence you read around it. When you look at evidence-based healthcare, particularly around geriatric or aged care settings, nurse-led clinical leadership is a best outcome. And when we look at about the role of the nurse, it's quite well defined that that's an issue that sits in aged care. Registered nurses are that. They're registered nurses in a clinical domain. The unfortunate thing when they enter aged care, they then are given an automatic role of leadership. They're not trained in it. They do have clinical leadership training, but it's a complex process for an RN to take over a shift with perhaps 50 to 100 residents with 20 to 30 staff. And in one context, they're told to run the clinical acumen, and then it's also performance manage and run a multidisciplinary team. So a nurse who doesn't have that qualification or expertise will fall down in those skill sets. The longer they're in the experienced platform of working, the more education, CPD and expertise they get in clinical leadership, which is a competency-based set of qualifications, the more they get better at it. Nurse practitioners, by the time they reach that status, have got quite a bit of skill in this. They're quite good at performance managing, interdisciplinary communication, talking to a number of different colleagues, and organising and giving directive. So they're able to use heuristics to make clinical decisions, use clinical judgment very quickly, and hold themselves to their directive that they've given. Whereas when you look at that tiered approach, some nurses are very resistant to doing it and don't have the skill. So that's where some of that communication falls down. Nurse practitioner has a very, I think, well-positioned role as a geriatric nurse practitioner, but we do not see enough of them.
You have some experience of that role, geriatric nurse practitioner, or GNP, as we see it abbreviated sometimes, overseas, particularly in North America. Yes,
you'll see this very regularly through America,
yes,
through Canada, and now through the NHS within the English system. So it is recognised in some countries on the nurses board. They are a specialty, recognised specialty. Generally, this is because those countries have already experienced the boom in their ageing populations, so they're already seeing the numbers. Australia, of course, only has 25 million people, although our numbers are now coming in the ageing population.
Yes.
We will need to, and requires, been many a recommendation written on it, that we will need to establish for a period of time specialised geriatric nurse and geriatric nurse practitioners, because it is a very specialised science, even for a general registered nurse, to build a clinical skill set to lead a multidisciplinary healthcare team and to case manage the complexity of some of the elderly clients they deal with.
When you talk about building that capacity, the geriatric nurse practitioner capacity, it's something that the Commission is certainly very interested in for the future. What does that mean in a practical sense? In other words, do we need more tertiary institutions offering relevant courses, or do we need more support from the sector or the government? What is it that you would say?
I would see it as a three-pronged approach. A good example would be University of Queensland now has the Faculty of Nursing, Social Work and Midwifery. So they've combined a lot of their multidisciplines into a single school, because as you will experience in the Commission, a lot of us are working interdisciplinary. So people like myself who are nurses, who also have degrees, a bachelor's degree in psychology and social sciences, we adapt as gerontologists to different skill sets so we can work with different disciplines. The University of Queensland currently has readjusted its postgraduate learning for nurses into a master's or a grad cert dip and into masters of advanced nursing practice. This, of course, now consolidates the clinical leadership as a number of units across all nursing, so that all nurses will develop a skill set in clinical leadership, management and giving direction and having that ability. Yes. And then the rest of the course, they go on and learn their specific clinical skill, whether it be paediatrics, geriatrics, whether it be cardiac. So the master's degree component will be they have the full skills in clinical leadership and multidisciplinary case management, and of course their specialty in their field. That has resulted in Queensland, I know, that nurses who elevate in the hospital system or in the Queensland health system now, because of that skill set, cannot go for level 7 above jobs as nurses until they have that qualification. So they can manage people, services and multidisciplines at the same time as be clinicians that give directives in care.
Yes.
So the pathways are starting to be built. You see them through many universities. And what it does require is more funding from the government. Nurses are still on low wages, and to be able to commit to raising a family, which most of them are women, male nurses also participate in that, but to commit to a family, to get your CPD and continuously professionally develop to maintain your registration, your public insurance, your professional indemnity and public liability is on the shoulders of the individual nurse, much as it is a doctor. And now they require the support so they can continue to elevate and to get into this education that is not going to be a burden and still allow them to work and support their families at the same time. So in the aged care zone, you won't see any of this. Aged care nurse in general will be paid $400 a week less than a nurse in a hospital system. So that the deterrent to come into aged care for a nurse is not there. That continuing education is not there.
Yes.
I will say though, the disparity is that nurses in aged care have to have a great amount of discipline, multi-skills and a lot of science-based knowledge to be able to perform the fundamentals of looking after elderly people. It's much more complex work than people think.
Yes, and therefore deserving perhaps of higher remuneration rather than lower.
Without a doubt. Biggest argument you'll get from any nurse in an aged care setting is pay parity. And we're not attracting the right nurses or keeping the right nurses because we're not paying them and remunerating them. Part of my Masters and PhD in the lived experience of registered nurses in aged care settings completely outlines this, and the nurses are isolated. They are structured poorly, they're not supported, they get very little education unless they're paying for it themselves, and so they're quite restricted. And yet the demand on them from the organisational perspective to govern the care is very demanding and very high.
Yes. Dr Abbey, it's been a while since we've heard from you. The Commission's heard a lot of evidence about general practitioners not wishing to, in general terms, attend residential aged care facilities, problems with the financial dimension of that, problems we've heard about, concerns by general practitioners about the competence of staff, for example, to deliver subcutaneous medications, having an impact on the relationship between general practitioners and residential aged care facilities. It occurs to me, maybe a bit naively, I don't know, that there's an opportunity for nurse practitioners to fill the breach a little there. Is that, are we on the right track if that's the thinking?
Absolutely. I agree with what everybody on the panel said, and I think that nurse practitioners could, if I say take over the role of GPs, I'll get lynched on the way out, so I'll just say that it would be very good for GPs to relinquish the work that they can't do and don't want to do in aged care to nurse practitioners. But as the point's been made, they've got to have the proper funding. At the moment, it's so limited that it doesn't attract people to be independent nurse practitioners. So I think it's absolutely imperative. I don't think there's any other alternative because the GPs just aren't there and not doing the work.
Does it necessarily have to be either or? Is there more that can be done to encourage GPs to have more of a role in residential aged care facilities, do you think?
Yes, they can. When we were trying to encourage the use of case conferences,
yes.
For example, for the GP, we had to make sure it was on the day he was playing golf, that we had to have a car park right outside the front door, that we provided lunch during the case conference, and that it had to be the case conference that was the highest level of money he could get. So once we did all that, we were able to get a GP to attend a case conference. But you have to be able to do that kind of thing to get them to come, because the payment for a case conference was very minor.
Right.
So we had it ready to roll the second the GP walked in, and we did all the writing up and all the notes that allowed him to make the claim,
Right.
and then they were willing to come.
Okay, that's a lot of work built around getting a general practitioner to visit an aged care
Absolutely,
facility.
a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there structural changes that could be made that could mean that you could have it on a visit on a non-golf day, for example?
Oh, some of the structural changes are the kind of things that we talked about in the teaching nursing home work, and that would be, for example, having a GP facility co-located with a nursing home so that residents actually came to the GP
Yes.
rather than the GP going to residents.
Yes.
Or that there should be more facility for people to go from a residential care facility to a GP like a normal person, if you like.
Yes.
So that's one thing that could be done, the co-location. The GPs could be paid more for visiting nursing homes.
Yes. Yep.
That's the old one.
Yep. The co-location idea, do we see any examples of that in your experience?
No, at one stage I thought it was really going to go ahead. There was going to be an awful lot of work about GPs living with community services, and then that was going to extend to aged care facilities being attached, but nothing came of it.
Right. Ms. Raguse, if we can change tack here a little bit and explore another theme that we've heard quite a deal about in the Commission, and it's what has been described, at least by one witness, Dr. Trigg, in our Perth hearings as the 3H or the Triple H dilemma. That is, whether a residential aged care facility, an expression she's not overly fond of, I must say, probably for the same reason as Dr. Dwyer doesn't like it, whether it's a hotel or a hospital or a home. And I know in your evidence, in your witness statement about Hammond Care, you talk a lot about a home-like environment. I guess the question that arises that I'd like you to address first, if you wouldn't mind, is whether it's reasonable to expect hospital-level clinical care in a home-like environment.
Well, I think the answer to that for me is no, because it's not a hospital.
Yes.
And I think understanding that, and I think this has been said previously with the Commission, that older people, like every other Australian, are entitled to care through the public health system that sits within the states and territories. Yes. So, but that doesn't mean that good clinical care cannot be delivered in a domestic and familiar environment. I think it is the genius of the and. I believe that a home-like environment is possible. I believe that relationship-focused care delivers good clinical care and good clinical results. I believe that knowing and understanding the person and then being able to tailor that care to meet those needs doesn't just come from... It comes from relationship as much as it comes from having clinical expertise. And it's bringing all of those ingredients, if you like, together and doing that effectively with a model that has evidence-based, evidence behind it to say it works and it improves quality of life. It's really important to have all of those ingredients in place. So you can provide good clinical care in a home for people. And we know that older people want to stay at home. I think that's the other thing that we're hearing. People do not want to live in hospitals for the last 3 years of their life, if that's the average length of stay. People would prefer to stay in their own home surrounded by people that they love and who they trust. If we aren't able to provide that care for people in their own home any longer, how do you extrapolate that model to provide it within a residential aged care setting? And that is through the domestic and familiar model.
You mentioned earlier the role of the geriatric flying squads in your experience, and one of the issues I'd like to explore with you, which we did ask Professor Gonski about in Darwin, was the role played by the multidisciplinary teams that make up those flying squads in adding to the skill base of the employees in the aged care facility. And he told us that there is a training and educational function associated with the work, primarily through seeing rather than formal training. Would you comment on that? Is that something that you have experience of at Hammond Care?
I would totally agree with that, and that's what we've seen in the service that particular flying squad does visit.
Yes.
Is small domestic familiar environments. We have 4 houses there of people where there's only 8 people that live in the home.
Yes.
It's care worker led, so we have the frontline care staff who are empowered, who are involved in communications throughout the whole chain. So we don't just rely on the registered nurses to be the communicators. And when that flying squad does come in, the way that care and the instructions that are provided, it's delivered to that whole care team, and we do raise the bar.
Yes.
People learn, and nurses learn, but care workers also learn, family members learn.
Yes.
But having a small environment where people have an invested relationship with the person who they're caring for, people are far more likely to be receptive to that learning, as opposed to, I'm caring for X number of people, it's a lot of different people with a lot of different needs. You're almost giving people the learning in that context, it's all theory. But how does it become real? It becomes real when there's a real human there,
yes,
and you're providing care and you're getting that expertise that's being provided to you, you're hearing it, you're seeing it, you're able to be a part of it. Your experience then is richened and you're able to provide better care to the next person.
If I can come back to you, please, Dr. Abbey. This dilemma, maybe that's overstating it, I don't know, but it's something that has arisen in a lot of the evidence that we have heard. Do you have a contribution to make in relation to this?
Yep. When normalisation first came in, I was very opposed.
Can I just ask you to pause there for a moment and just get you to explain what you mean by normalisation?
I'm sorry, normalisation, or social role valorisation as it came to be, was this turning everything into a home. So
yes,
we had medical trolleys turned into cabinets, and we had dogs that the patients fell over, and we had all sorts of things. But it was to turn everything became focused on a home-like environment, and it was totally unsuitable for about at least 50% of the residents. A home-like environment is perfect for somebody with physical frailty and full cognitive ability,
yes,
where they can enjoy. The perfect thing would be a room with a little balcony so that they can have their plants and they can have their cat and they could feel as if they were at home. Once you get into having dementia, then something like the dementia villages are marvellous for people, stage 1 or 2 or 3 of the Brodati triangle, which I think the Commission knows about.
It does.
Once you get, for people with dementia, once you get past that, a home-like environment is not suitable. Brodati explains very clearly in his triangle the kind of specific facilities that are needed for people at stage 4 and 5, and certainly at 6 and 7, you need very specific facilities to care for those people who may be kicking, screaming, spitting. You can't have a home-like environment when you're caring for people like that. So it's got to be an environment that is fit for purpose, excuse me, not to use this generic home-like environment. It has to be an environment fit for purpose.
Can I just ask you about some evidence we heard just earlier today from Ms Chadwick, was the previous witness, and in response to some questions from Commissioner Tracy, she was explaining that the model of care employed at the provider that she is in charge of doesn't support the notion of segregating people suffering from dementia from others. That would seem, and perhaps the explanation is it's all about the stage that people are at. That may be the explanation.
Is this the butterfly model you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes. David Shard's model. David's due out here very shortly, so we'll have another kind of burst about. I just don't think it's sustainable.
Right.
And it hasn't been shown to be sustainable, and I've seen it rise up, and then it all begins to fall apart. You've only got to have 1 or 2 of the residents within the group that start hitting, fitting, speed, something going wrong, and the whole thing falls apart. So it's a great idea, but it's been around for quite a long time, and I've never seen it sustained, I'm sorry to say. So I have a totally different view.
They're going to reach an end stage at some point.
The residents,
Yes. Ms Green, if we can come back to you, you've been sitting quietly there for a while. We've had some evidence in case studies this week about the role of specialist wound consultants, but we don't need to restrict ourselves to specialist wound consultants. I'm interested in exploring with you the relationship between the external expert, in a sense you fall into that category, but in a generalist sense rather than one specific care domain. What is your experience of the interrelationship between external consultants, like wound consultants, for example, and the staff in aged care facilities, particularly in the sense of do such external consultants complement the clinical care work in aged care facilities, or not?
They do, but we've actually got a bigger issue because big organisations are dealing with so many external services like nurse practitioners, wound consultants, geriatricians. They're only selecting a few people to attend their patients' wounds. So, look, I might not agree with that wound consultant's recommendations. They might not agree with mine. So I would like to bring somebody else in, but that aged care facility will not pay them. And then it falls back on the family. To have this person in, they'll have to pay for it themselves. I think bringing in someone that is an expert in their field is a really good idea.
Yeah. Is there a risk that bringing in such a person or the availability of such a person might potentially de-skill the clinical skills within an aged care facility, or is that something that can be managed?
I think it can complement because they actually educate the RNs and the Division 2s, because some of them can also do basic wound care. But yeah, I reckon they can complement them.
Right. If I can move to a new topic, and if I can come back to you, Dr. Abbey, and ask you some questions about the aged care workforce generally, which is a topic of great interest to the Commission. You, in your statement, make reference or use a phrase a couple of times of cognitive dissonance. I'm looking particularly at paragraph 11 of your statement, which perhaps if that could be brought up on the screen, it's page 2 of Dr. Abbey's statement, which is WIT.0193. And you very helpfully included a list of points for us in paragraph 11. And in case anyone missed it, you repeat them at the end of your statement just to make sure that we were paying attention, I think.
Slightly differently.
Yes, indeed. It's the second dot point I want to ask you about presently. We'll come back to the first one about the hospice function because I know you wish to address the Commission about that. This is the situation in aged care today generates cognitive dissonance for staff and family, leading to burnout, compassion fatigue, complicated grief, all of which can contribute to abuse. Would you like to expand on what you mean by cognitive dissonance, please?
It's when the staff aren't able to do what they feel they should do and only can do what they can do. So they're looking after people who in many cases, for example, people with dementia, who are virtually living a life of hell. And the people who are looking after them know they're living in a life of hell, and they know there's very little they can do to help them. And they haven't got the time, often they haven't got the expertise. Me a flannel, and she was probably a refugee or certainly from another country, and the look of terror on her face, I'll never forget it. It was so terrifying because she hadn't known how to cope with this person before, the look of as if we were miracle workers, this nurse and I, that we've managed to persuade this person to get out of bed and shower him and laugh. And I just thought how terrible it must be for that person to have to come to work every day being so frightened, unsure what to do. And is it any wonder that they don't do a good job because they're terrified, and that's what cognitive dissonance is. Yeah. They don't know what to do, they don't know how to do it, they know they're not doing it properly, and they suffer for it.
The dissonance, I take it, arises from wanting to do one particular thing, not being able to all at the same time.
That's right, yeah. I mean, if someone's banging on the table screaming, help me, help me, help me, and you try to give them sedation and the family says, no, you're sedating them too much, and then you try to give them some antipsychotics, and that they might have a reaction to that. And so you go around in circles and the staff suffer.
Yes. Dr. Dwyer, I know you're keen to make a contribution here. In your statement, you discussed the notion of looking after the staff, which seems to link to the point that Dr. Abbey's making. Why is it important from your perspective that care staff get that sort of support from their employer to do their job? To support what Jenny's saying is very important, and it's the stuff that's not spoken about transparently and openly, and yet it's very much a matter of everybody in aged care understands this. So the discourse is public, and when you have people that are involved in the Dementia Alliance telling the community they're getting all the funding, telling everybody that people with dementia don't suffer with dementia, people with dementia don't do this and don't do that, and yet when you're a person at $18 an hour with English as a second language, you're a second or first generation care worker, it's the only job you can get, you've got limited training, you're stuck in a room with somebody who you can physically see as a human being, compassionate enough to know that they are suffering, that there's something wrong, I need to be able to do something, it's what I'm being told is different to what I'm experiencing, and this extends through many layers of the work that care workers, nurses, clinicians have to deal with. What we understand as a lived experience in the practice of working in aged care is not what's being taught and spoken about, and it's almost a case of don't look behind the curtain. So when I teach, and I do a lot of teaching in aged care, and particularly to many levels of staff, when I look at an organisation holistically, I often make the comment, because it's one of the uses of rhetoric they push, and that is person-centred care. But at the end of the day, we're never going to be able to deliver person-centred care if we don't have person-centred staff. We treat our staff poorly as an industry, we don't look after them, we don't educate them, we give them very limited resources, and then we ask them to go into a room or into a facility or a service or someone's home and do a very important job that most of society have not got the courage, the ability or the confidence to do themselves. And this is the cognitive dissonance that the entire workforce has to live with every day. You speak about it, you're vilified. Ms. Raguse, I would anticipate that the Hammond Care experience is somewhat different to that. What support mechanisms are in place at Hammond Care for care staff, picking up on the observations that Dr. Dwyer and Dr. Abbey have made?
Can I say one of the things that I don't disagree with what my colleagues have said, but I think that having some practical things in place enables the care staff layer, if you like, to achieve. And part of that does talk about, we talk about specialisation in many different contexts. We talk about it with visiting specialists, we talk about it with all other things. Yet at the aged care workforce coalface, we expect the frontline staff to be experts in all things. Be an expert in dementia care, be an expert in end-of-life care, be an expert in mild cognitive impairment and in a person who may have a severe behaviour, be an expert in depression, be an expert, and this is at the frontline care worker workforce. Yes. So thinking about how people live within that home-like environment, who lives together, and then how are staff enabled to be expert enough for that group of people, I think is a really important component of not burning our staff out not having staff who are unable to achieve and see different things when they're taught in a classroom to what they experience. I agree, if you have only one of the ingredients or two of the ingredients, you will not deliver person-centred care, and you will have a burnt-out workforce that hears different things but experiences something entirely different in the workplace. So it is being able to say, we need to be able to, and I actually think for residents themselves, a social environment in which they live with people who have similar care needs enables people to function socially within the group, not be the one person with dementia who the other residents don't want to be around. And we've heard about that. And I heard that, just 48 hours ago from, a DSA consultant that was visiting a facility and saying, how do we make sure that all these people get along? Well, you won't. So I do think that the experience is about providing the frontline care workers with what they are able to achieve with a group of people that they then can truly become experts. Provide them with variety in the work. I worked as an AIN alongside my colleague. That was where I started. It wasn't with Hammond Care, but it was as I was studying, to be a nurse. And I remember going into services and getting a list that said you've got 14 showers to do and you have to have that done by 9 a.m. Well, I was very young, I was fit, and so my back was fine. But just imagine our ageing, frontline care worker workforce and that being the job. And then you move from that to toileting people, then you move from that to feeding people, then you move from that to, and at the end of the day we get our care workers to fill in a bowel chart and we think that we've treated them well. I believe that our care workers are the key. I believe that that relationship and trust is built at that level. And when you build it right there, but in a number and scale that is achievable, with the supports in place, then you will get better outcomes for both your staff and for residents. And I think that that's part of the answer, that's part of the solution.
Can I just follow up on that and ask you what strategies are in place at Hammond Care to achieve those things?
Well, one thing is, and I've heard this a few times through the Commission, we recruit based on attitude. Yes. We don't recruit based on skills or experience, because we can give you that. But the attitude is paramount. We then provide people with training, and we do have, it's compulsory training to look after people with dementia. But we also have a self-selection process. So in those houses where, Dr. Abbey described the fear that was on a care worker's face, we have houses where people do display behaviour that is found challenging and cannot be supported in the mainstream aged care system, even in dementia-specific system.
Yes.
People need to self-select. So it needs a certain type of person who is able to make a connection with someone who has that level of distress or disturbance. And then you need to be able to provide them with opportunities to come out of the workplace and to debrief and to be able to discuss what are the things that they've found and use the information that they've learned. And so we have what's called a case management model.
Yes.
That runs at that frontline care worker being the key. We use simple tools to enable people to share the information that they've gathered and learned, and then you actually provide people the opportunity to use that. And I find that with that, you then recognise also when staff need to be able to tell you when it's becoming too much and they need to work in a different environment for a while, and you have to listen.
Is there an element of empowerment there that the staff have to feel empowered to be able to do that?
The staff have to be absolutely empowered, heard. Your systems need to be transparent, so the staff have to be able to tell you when things aren't working the way that you think they're working.
Yes.
And then you need to be able to say, now we have to understand why and what are some of the responses. But having care workers who are expected to just be task-focused, racing through a series of actions that are decided or driven by somebody who's higher up in the food chain means you've got a level of people who don't feel valued and who don't understand often why they're doing some of the things that they're doing. But bringing staff along for the journey, developing relationship, getting people to be engaged in a home, not just a set of tasks and a paycheck, means that you get people who are invested in the care of individual people, want to learn, but are free to use what they learn and raise the issues, and you can then work through them and address them.
Ms Green, on this topic, based on your experience, is there anything you'd like to add to these issues, particularly of supporting the workforce, and promoting the sort of environment that we've been discussing?
Well, definitely you need to support your personal care workers, and especially with your dementia patients. I actually do want to say and make it clear that medication is not the first line. It is your nursing interventions. And you try all that first. If that fails, then you might have to use your antipsychotic medication. You might have to redirect them out, or you'll have to call family members in. So, yeah, it's just that we do need to support the personal care workers, your RNs.
You mentioned families, and that happens to be the next topic I want to go on to. We've had a lot of evidence in the Commission, including this morning from, or this afternoon from Ms Chadwick, about the importance of involvement of families, the building of relationships between staff, residents and families. You obviously have a lot of exposure, no doubt on a daily basis, to families. You make a point in your witness statement which runs a little counter to that, that is that often one of the most challenging aspects of your work is dealing with families. Would you like to expand on that for us, please?
Okay. As I've been in the industry for a while, I've just noticed since the bonds have been introduced into aged care, they're paying a bond, so they expect a service. So my mother needs a geriatrician, or my mother needs a dietitian. I'm just finding families are getting angry. They're demanding services. They're demanding care. They're demanding treatment a lot quicker. And I don't see it as a home-like environment. It's supposed to be a home-like environment. I see it as a subacute hospital because family is driving this.
I might ask you to expand on that, because that seems an important point. What is it about the family involvement that leads you to see residential aged care facilities as subacute hospitals?
Because they want, when their mother or father is sick, they're not accepting that they've got multiple medical conditions and they're unstable, and they want us to fix it. And if we say, I'm sorry, your mother or your father, they're dying, they don't want to accept that. They want us to get in outreach services. They want us to put everything in place so their parents can get better.
Dr Dwyer, I see you nodding there. I know in your witness statement you make some similar observations. Would you like to add anything to what Ms Green has said about the challenges that can be presented by the families of residents in aged care settings?
Yeah, it's perhaps one of the most trained areas I educate in with clinical teams or multidisciplinary teams.
Yes.
Primarily because the workforce are culturally diverse as much as some of the clients these days, if not more so. And they're very confronted when they've met a family who is highly emotive, living with guilt and grief in a grief cycle themselves as they watch the transition of their own loved one pass in front of them. Generally it begins because the family's been poor or ill-informed, or not given a prognostic marker or a diagnostic space to work with. And the education that we provide to our communities and society around transitions in and impacts of chronic disease and elderly, and what we are experiencing as a society is not being educated. So therefore many residents' families are coming into a service, even in community, and have such higher expectations of subacute services, when the reality is that it's probably met a point in the trajectory of the person who needs care, is that they need to start developing a mindset around taking a palliative approach, getting further educated and emotionally stable about what they're about to experience, and probably utilising what it is that the nursing home has to offer as a professional service, to nurture that and give it warmth and transition it so that the quality can give some longevity and some better outcomes to everyone involved. It's a simple case in any home you go to, and as I go into many, that the families are extremely demanding and have a higher expectation for the fees and services they're paying. But unfortunately, if we need to understand that most facilities are not fit for purpose. If a person over a particular age is living with geriatric atrophy and comorbidity, and we know that the pathophysiology of that human body is on a pathway towards end stage, it should be picked up by a clinician, examined, categorised, and then case conference with the family to be educated so they understand what is in front of us is this pathway. It's well known and established. And our responsibility as a team is to nurture that and give it warmth. But it's not usually the case. It's a denial, it's a confrontation, it's you're not doing enough, you're not providing enough, and it's, it causes a bit of discourse. So there's a huge gap in what we're not telling or informing society about what they are about to experience, and that is the transition of a large number of our society who are going to move towards end stage of life very soon as a cohort of older Australians.
Ms Raguse, I know that in your witness statement you addressed this topic of the importance of relationships. I think you've got a heading at one point, relationships. We get it. Can I ask you about how Hammond deals with this? Because no doubt these challenges that are being described of high expectations by families are real. Is that also your experience?
Look, I think there's definitely the expectation that when a service provider is promising care, that care is then delivered. I don't think that there's unreasonable expectations being placed. That's not been my experience. What I experience is the start of that relationship, I believe, needs to be before entry into an aged care service.
Yes.
So there are providers out there who will sort of pick up the phone and say, yep, this person needs a bed, the hospital will transfer, and sight unseen, a person will come into an aged care facility, and it's no wonder then that there's the scramble going around to say, well, 2 days later, does the person need a pressure mattress? Does the person need what assessment have we done? How do we know what the person's needs are? Meeting a person and their the others who are perhaps involved in the decision before entry into a facility, and communicating effectively not just then, but throughout the whole time that a person is in care, develops that relationship.
Yes.
And within that, you're setting up at the beginning what it is that you're able to do, what you're able to offer, how that person's care can be delivered within this service if and when they arrive. And that process, if you do that well, but also in a human sense, it isn't just about the care needs, it's pulling information the other way. Tell me about what does this person want, what did this person want, how, advanced care planning or advanced care directives have been discussed through this commission. I think that's another issue, that once somebody has a significant cognitive impairment, that's really difficult to do that well. It becomes, what does everybody else know about what the person wants or doesn't want? Building the relationship, maintaining the relationship, being true to what you've promised, and understanding when it doesn't work, if something in the relationship is broken, how do you repair that relationship and how do you move from that point forward? But I've not experienced an overwhelming level of unrealistic or expectations, or even, in fact, I haven't experienced people being in denial about the progression, and perhaps that's because I work in dementia-specific services, and there is a general understanding by people when they come in that dementia is a terminal illness.
Yes.
And that their parent or their loved one is on a trajectory. But it's not easy to define and identify what that might look like because it is so unique for each individual. But I haven't experienced the same level of pushback, if you like.
Perhaps Dr. Abbey, if I can come to you on this point, specifically in relation to the importance of communication, because we've had a number of case studies where one of the themes that emerges from, I think, all of them that we've done has been a concern on the part of the family member, I think in every case the daughter, about concern as much about a lack of communication as about a lack of care. That communication seems to be so important about, for example, what requires additional payment, what doesn't, what the likely trajectory of the condition is, and so on. Do you have any observations about that?
I think one thing that is missed is, are we listening to the resident? We seem to feel, especially when someone's got dementia,
yes,
that they've lost their voice. Can I just quote to you? This is from my own research, and this is pseudonyms, they're not real.
Sure.
3 weeks after her admission, her notes record that Mrs. Brown has been very aggressive throughout the day. She was throwing crockery, walking aids, etc., anything that came to hand. When asked why she was doing these things, she simply stated that she wanted to die. Nobody takes, we just ignore it. We just take that as she's demented, she doesn't know what she's saying, so we just ignore it. We mustn't ignore things like that. We mustn't ignore the voice of the resident when they're spitting food out. It's the last power a person with dementia has got. They're choking, they don't want this food, they want to spit it out. We go on feeding them. So we've got to listen to the voice of the resident as well as the voice of the family and everybody else. I think that gets forgotten. Family communication is difficult, but it can be improved by all the things that we've talked about, setting up a good relationship in the beginning and regular family conferences.
Whilst I'm talking to you, I want to turn to another topic which I know you're keen to address the Commission about. It's at paragraph 38 of your witness statement. If that could perhaps be brought up, that's page 7. You there refer to the issue of palliative care, and you say, I expanded on my earlier point about the need for a hospice function in residential aged care facilities. Now, that's not something we've heard a lot about in the Commission. Can you perhaps expand on what you have in mind there and the importance of it?
Certainly. Exactly the same thing as I was saying, fit for purpose.
Yes.
It's the elephant in the room, if you like, that in actual fact, yes, everybody's got failure, everyone is nearer to death when they come into nursing homes now than they were before.
Yes.
And we haven't got a good way of handling this. One of the known palliative care processes it's used for people with cancer, etc., is, for example, that towards the end of life, people might start not wanting to eat and drink. And about 65% of people with dementia develop dysphagia. Their throats get loose, the muscles in their throat get loose, they can't swallow, and if you feed them, they choke. Very uncomfortable, and you're more likely, if you go on feeding them, to give them aspiration pneumonia, which is a terrible way to die.
Yes.
So you can order a no food, no fluid. And we know from people who've been on hunger strikes that that is a very peaceful way to die. Once you're having no food, no fluid, and if that's helped along with some painkillers, then the person will die within a couple of weeks. A very peaceful death, because as they become dehydrated, endorphins kick in, and that makes a very peaceful death. But that's very difficult for the family and very difficult for the